Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, June the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and see me in the main room. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing for me. That'll help me. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, big news, of course, after hours. Was it after hours or was it just before the market closed? Let's give me Rivian here. Yeah, that was after hours. So yeah, big investment by Volkswagen, $1 billion with Rivian. And that absolutely shot the stock from about $11.90 all the way up to almost doubled it, up to $19. Now, I am short this, okay? I am short this. I'm waiting. I've already taken some off. I'm waiting to see if it can break down through the 1614. I have a blue line right there, a price alert. I'm short this from about 1668 on that little breakdown there. So we'll see what happens if it gets down to close to 16. Might get my trigger on it. 1614 is that low. Anyway, other stuff happening. WINA, yeah, this was from yesterday. WINA started trading as WINA yesterday. I guess 2 days ago, sorry. WENA. We don't have any float information on it, but when we check that other site, it's about 5.5 million. So that's 5.5 million in the float. And they came out with some news this morning. They were granted a European patent for innovative neurodegenerative therapy. Okay, so that is the news for WENA, WENA. And remember, the float is about 5.5 million. OPTX. Don't see any news on this one, guys. Don't see any news on this one, OPTX. Just looking at my headlines. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. Got to be something going on. 227% pop. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. I mean, that's old news, the 1.3 million orders. $1.3 million orders. That was on June 11th. So I don't see any specific news on it. Maybe somebody, I mean, it's a low float, 6 million in the float. Another low floater, AIEV, AI Thunder Power Holdings, AIEV. Again, I don't see any news on this one. Okay, so that was I guess that was a SPAC that turned into AIEV. But that was 2 days ago. So I don't see any news on it. No specific news anyway, AIEV. Now, a couple of earnings plays to keep an eye on. FedEx, FDX, big earnings play. Big pop on earnings. Big pop. That's a big pop. 13.5% with that float. Yeah, that's a big pop for FedEx, FDX. And the other one that I saw was GIS. General Mills. This is an earnings play, but on the way down. So looking at a weekly chart for GIS, 63.39. Yeah, it looks like 63.39 could be a support level. I'm looking at a weekly chart. If it breaks through that, then the next lows are down around the 61.39 level. So I did see this is an earnings play also, guys. DAKT didn't have very much volume when I first looked at it. Volume is starting to pick up a little bit. DAKT. So this is not a lifetime high, but it's close. It's getting up to that area. I guess this is the lifetime high up here. 1244, could be anyway. Maybe not. I'm just looking at this percent right there. 86%. CHNR Cheap, another cheap one, guys. Is it still over $1? So it's not over $1. Yeah. So when I saw it, it was over $1. It did pop up to $1.38 pre-market. China stock, low float. And again, I don't see any news on it. And the last one that I saw that was just popping up was ALAR, ALAR. Israeli stock, 6.5 million in the float. So that is another low floater. And guess what? Can't see any news on it. You know, I'm surprised with this MLGO. It has not really utterly collapsed. I mean, it did get, yeah, I mean, you could say it collapsed from 2160, but I'm talking about a big collapse all the way down here. It really hasn't done it. It's still strong. MLGO. All right, guys, I've covered my Rivian short. Hoping it would get down into closer to 16, but it didn't. So I've covered my Rivian short. Yeah, look at MLGO go, guys. I mean, this is now pre-market high, pre-market high. Now, it's interesting that this headline now says 5 billion. I had read it was 1 billion with maybe up to 5 billion down the road, but maybe I'm wrong. Could have sworn I read 1 billion somewhere. I am right. Well, I definitely saw 1 billion somewhere. That was the first thing I ever saw. Anyway, I'm now saying 5 billion. And as William is saying, it's okay. Thank you, William. So some of the analysts are piling in on this one. $21 price target from Piper Sandler. I think Wedbush had a $20 price target. Cantor Fitzgerald with a $19 price target. Well, I think it's 1 billion now, maybe up to 5 billion down the road. Anyway, whatever it is, it was caused Rivian to almost double. Okay. Just give me one moment. Okay, so this is what I read. Okay. Volkswagen is shifting into high gear with electric vehicle startup Rivian. The company is taking a $1 billion stake in the startup and plans to establish a joint venture with it, which could raise its investment up to $5 billion by 2026. That's what I read. Okay, so we're both right. Plus, I think Rivian has earnings next couple of days. I'm wrong. Why did I think it had? I thought it had earnings coming up. Maybe it's an invest, as you say. Oh, it's the annual shareholder meeting. Okay. No, something's coming up. I thought for Rivian in a couple of days. Maybe I'm wrong again, but yeah, this is quite the sell-off right now. I mean, the only thing I saw was at 7 o'clock. Looking at the economic news, at 7 o'clock we had the MBA mortgage applications. At 10 o'clock we have new home sales. Nobody's talking today that I can see. None of the Fed presidents. We have we have an auction at 11:30 and 1 o'clock. But the only thing I can see was at 7 o'clock. But this was already starting to move down at 4:45 Eastern time. So anyway, that's what's happening pre-market. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening. I'm sure most of them are going to be down. Cecilia, I'm not sure I understand what you mean in our YouTube room. I like to use ATS. You talking ATR or? All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy, 61% red. That means that 61% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And just based on what the SPY is doing, of course, there is not one positive sector, I don't think. No, not one positive sector to start anyway. Take a look at LUMN. Any volume? Okay, LUMN. Oh, it's real cheap. Surprised it's part of this communications. Oh, automated trading system. Yes, there is an automating trading system available. Yes, you need our premium service, and then but you have to have your own. You have to create your own scan, and then you can auto trade it if you want. If that, okay. So if you have I don't know what your level of trading experience is. I'm talking to Cecilia in our YouTube room. I don't know what your level of experience is, but you can create your own scan of things you like to see, and then you can auto trade from it if you want. Anyway, guys, yeah, so that is not seeing, the Lumen is very cheap. All right. Now, CCL had earnings yesterday. It actually performed better than I thought. I thought it would sell off a lot more. Maybe the bit of sell off is going to happen today. Should have waited. No, well, there's Riven now. There's your low in the pre-market. I wonder if it'll take that out. I'm not in anymore. I've covered my short, but let's see if it takes that out. That could get a lot of people interested in shorting this. Yeah, in that case, Cecilia, really, you need to have experience if you're going to do auto trading. Sorry. Well, there was Weena. I mean, there was Weena news. Yes, there was Weena news. They were granted a European patent for innovative neurodegenerative therapy. Okay, that was the Weena. That was the Weena WENA news from retired Fido in our YouTube room asked the question. Couple of days. It's been trading. This is the third day. It'll be trading as Weena, WENA. Saw this one yesterday and yeah, just sort of thought, blah, look at it. Didn't really do anything. Well, I guess this one is not quite dead either. The VLCN, not quite dead either. I mean, it had a big sell-off. You know, went from $12 down to $5.72. That's where it closed. But it is no, it's up now 42%. That was the volume, like big volume. Now we checked that float yesterday, and it's about 350,000. So we've got 250,000, 350,000. It's super low, super low. All right, guys, I'm just keeping an eye on this NNE. Wonder if this is the day it finally has a bit of a sell-off. It did, you know, it actually sold off quite a bit from the high of the day yesterday. It got up to about 37.50 and it closed down here 29. This has been, of course, an absolute monster for several weeks now. NNE, interesting sector. Now, with what the market is doing right now, you know, depending on how much longer this sell-off happens, I mean, you would expect maybe FedEx to fade somewhat, FDX. That's a big jump, 13%, quarter of $1 billion in the float. And this is on earnings. So obviously climbs on a very cheery annual profit forecast, Freight Business Review. So okay, Cecilia, so you're talking about our AI, which does provide a like an alert, okay, that where you can potentially buy it, but you can't auto trade it. There's no auto trading of it. So, and actually, it's a good segue for me because this is what it looks like. Okay. Now, again, those of you with our premium service and have the AI, which had a great day yesterday, all I would do is this: click on new, and then click on new, and then click on the middle one here, one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window you're going to see. It is blank right now. No alerts will happen until at least 9:40. That is by design. And the other thing I would do is, if it doesn't say none in that filter box, if it doesn't say none, hit that little down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked. My advice is to track the alerts all day long. So yeah, so what happens, Cecilia, is that when there is an alert, I don't like it. I don't like entry price. I really wish they would rename it just to call it alert price, because it doesn't mean you have to take it right at that price. You know, I mean, listen, I've been trading for a long time. I never will auto trade ever. I'll always click on the symbol check to see what it says check to see what's happening, maybe what the market's doing, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. And there is a stop, a suggestion where to get out. But that's how that works. Okay, guys. Now let's see if anything else is creeping in here. So I did see this SVRA, Savara. It's not a low float. Okay, this is not a low float. So they did have some news. Rare lung disease therapy meets the main goal in late stage study. Okay, so it's a late stage study. But I do get it perfect. I mean, everybody wants a system that's just going to tell them when to buy and when to get out. I understand it completely. Unfortunately, we have guidelines or we have ideas, but to just blindly take a trade just because, any scanner, I don't care if it's RAI or some of the scans that I have got, just because you get a trigger doesn't mean you should blindly take the trade. All right, that's not a low float, 37 million in the float. Let's see, any news on this one? Okay, so there's some financial news on this one. ORMP, some financial news on this one. ORMP. Just looking for anything else that that I haven't noticed here. I don't talk too much about these ones, guys. I mean, these are just these crazy low floaters, that are really giving it up. What if I see an earnings play or something that has some news that's causing it to go down? Fine, but this is just usually big profit taking. How about LYEL? I don't think I've seen this one. Yeah, so there was some news on this one, and the news obviously not good, but not very much volume. Actually, the volume is picking up. Big float though. Talking about LYEL. How about yesterday's big mover RGS? I think it's off 13% now. Not sure. Oh, there are shorts available. 71,000 now at Interactive Brokers. I don't think there were any shorts available yesterday. Good to know. I did see WHR. Okay, I do see it here, up 18%. Whirlpool. Okay. Bosch weighs offer for appliance maker Whirlpool. Okay. Yeah, no kidding. Perfect circle. But look, I do get it. I mean, people are really wanting some kind of a system that's just going to tell them blindly what to buy and sell, get out, exactly when they're supposed to get out and all that. They're just, it just, unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. So, question iStock Music in our YouTube room. When you say, what is a strong float? That's not quite the question, maybe. We talk about floats all the time, okay? And the only way a stock can be up, OPTX can only be up 185% is if it has a low float. So it's not so much strong or weak or neutral. It's just that in this particular case, the float is only 6 million shares. That's very low, okay? 6 million shares, that's the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So that's like the supply of stock that can be traded. If demand is high, and look at that, I mean, 7.3 million have already traded. There's only 6 million in the float. So the demand is very high for whatever reason. Okay, it doesn't really matter. I can't find any news on it. When the demand is very high and there's low supply, think of any commodity on earth, then this is what can happen. It's up 186%. So it's not a matter of a strong or a weak or a neutral float. It just, that number though, whereas Apple, for instance, has 15 billion in the float. It's going to take a whole bunch of volume in order to move Apple a significant amount. Okay, I mean it's up 0.77%, right? So it doesn't really move that much. Now I know people who play options and all that, and they make a living out of trading Apple. That's great. But so when we talk about the float, it's not a matter of a strong or a weak float. It just is. It's just what is that number? So the lower the float, the more crazy a stock can move. But by the same token, the lower the float, once the volume starts drawing up, in other words, the interest in buying the stock, it can really collapse. So you really have to be careful. All right, guys, 9:27. Ooh, it's creeping up on me. So I need to get the layout that I'm going to be using once this market opens. All right, guys, here's my layout that I use once this market opens, and I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay? So if you have trade ideas and you're looking for some of my scans, I'll be going over that. You can ask me now if you want, but we're definitely going over all that. In about 45 minutes from now. But if you're looking for my scans, you can have them now if you want. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Wow, look at that NNE back over $30, guys. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Pepe, why do I have to do this every day? Now, I'm going to try this little stick chart, the open, high, low, close chart today, guys. There is a reason why I'm going to look at this today, just in the on my 15-minute chart. If Rivian takes out 16 sort of way, guys, this RIVN, this could really have a nice move down. All right, guys, yeah, less than a minute to the open. Thank you, William. So let's have it's open. Sorry, we've just opened. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. Let these races get going. Yeah, there's Rip. Wow. Well, should have stuck to my guns, but I didn't. So there's Rivian, guys. There is Rivian. So yes, great news. Awesome news for the company. But, they're still losing lots of money. But, great news for the company. Shoot. I had a feeling this would happen, but oh well. All right, AIEV, guys. AIEV on the move. Pre-market high was way up here at about 332, so it still has room to get up to that pre-market high. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Wow, look at Weena. Just hit $5. WENA. Again, the float is about 5.5 million. Okay, about 5.5 million. We don't have the float information. I guess it's too new of a just started trading as Weena 2 days ago. And sort of a red bar ignorer too. If you look on that chart here, red bar ignored. But again, I'm not. I don't like trading in the first 15. And that is, if you like trading in the first 15, you make money doing it. Keep doing it. Well, here's the VLCN, guys. So this is not over yet. VLCN is not over. Boy, lots of stuff happening now. 866 would have been a good entry. All right. So somebody mentioned yesterday, who was it? Was it Rob? Somebody mentioned yesterday to keep an eye on LTBR because it is we'll call it the same sector as NNE, nuclear fuel technology. Okay. And it's the same sector. And here's LTBR. Now, just speaking about NNE is dropping. I'm assuming this is a halt on the way down. I'm assuming. Yes, it is. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, NNE. Ooh, now MLGO halted on the way down. So, and the VLCN rippage here now, guys. All right, for you GME followers. There is GME having a little pop here. No, a pretty big pop, actually. A lot of volume coming in. It was pretty active late in the day. The next high looking left is around 26. So all right, guys. Meanwhile, AIEV approaching that 332 high in the pre-market. All right, guys. Delta. I don't know if this is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. They have earnings July 11th, but Delta on the way down here. DAL. I don't know if there's specific news for Delta or is it the overall. Let's take a look at JETS. JETS. Take a look at JETS, the ETF for the industry, and the answer is so. You can see what's happening right here. Okay, so the airline industry, or this is the ETF for the airline industry. So most of the major airlines are probably looking like Delta, DAL. And I see VLCN now halted, probably on the way down. Yeah. So, okay, guys, perfect reason why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Things are just a little too jumpy for me. Yeah, I run the risk of something like this just moving and not coming back, but I've seen too many times, for me personally anyway. Stocks are so jumpy in the first 15. Yeah, there's the LTBR. LTBR continues to move here. I think this is oh my goodness. My goodness. You know what I'm gonna look at, guys? Look at Rivian now. Oh, what a great short that if I'd held it, but what a great short. As they say in my hometown, c'est la vie. And it's through the 200-day moving average also. That was a big deal, getting through that 200-day moving average. See what the overall market is doing now, guys. So we, again, from about 4:45 Eastern time, straight down to 9:30. There's your open. Yeah, AIEV was the one, guys. That was the one that did not pull back at all. Okay. I mean, there is always going to be one, but the trick is which one. I mean, the WINA, yeah, but it's pulled back a lot now. The MLGO pulled back a lot. The VLCN pulled back a lot. Now you said you were short. Who said that earlier? NNE. It was what was it? To trade under. Okay, so it's called Thunder Power. Okay, so it was FLFV. Okay. Mr. 2. Okay. It was FLLV. Sorry, FLFV. All right. We have our first. Yeah, we have our first alert from the AI. So this is classic. I mean, would you take it when it's this extended? I would never do that. Okay. So let's see if it pulls back. Give me one moment, please. I thought I had the 10 SMA on here. I want to put that on here. Okay. Okay, that didn't work. Give me one moment. Wow, I see you. I guess it's halted on the way up, right? Don't tell me it doesn't work in the. What am I doing wrong? No, I'll have to figure it out later. Okay, guys, it might be an interesting look around 255 for ORMP, right around here. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, guys. Remember when Gardy was just over $1, GRDI right here? Look at Gardy now, GRDI, big move up. What do they do? The Bitcoin. So Bitcoin self-mining company, okay? Speaking of Bitcoin, see Bitcoin's a little softer today after the nice jump yesterday. All right, what is the market doing? So the market now is trying to put in a bit of a bottom. You see these bottoming tails here in the SPY. So trying to put maybe a bit of a bottom. The sellers tried 3 times to knock it down, but the buyers closed it higher each time. So let's see if the sellers give up for a while. I'm sorry. So who was that? Who was that who was short NNE? Hermes. Okay. Yeah, interesting. So E-Trade had shorts. Interactive Brokers, no shorts for NNE. Interesting. Okay, ICU. Let's take a look at ICU and let's see where. Wow. Okay, so this is first time I'm going to display this. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This tells me the halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is ICU. 839 is the halt price. This column tries to give you a bit of a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. And not really helping that much. I mean, it looks like it could open a little bit lower, but this number can change. Okay. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 9:45 plus 40 seconds. Okay. If it is a 5-minute halt. All right, Dakota guys, DAKT, DAKT. This is an interesting one. This had news. I think, oh, actually, it's an earnings play. That's right. This is an earnings play. DAKT is an earnings play. DAKT is an earnings play. And, you know, it's very close to a lifetime high. Very close to a lifetime high. I'm trying to get it. I keep missing it. See if it has a bit of a pullback for me. I'm trying to get a midpoint fill in Interactive Brokers. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad I didn't get a fill. Yeah, it's still a little bit jumpy. I'm going to wait on this one just a little bit here. All right, guys. DAKT. And the float is, I don't know what the float is. Give me a moment. So the float is 37 million. So it is, it's not low, it's not high. Meanwhile, ICU opened, and where did it open? Okay, so it actually did not really, wow. So the only way I'll take this, okay, the only way I'll take, and that's a pretty hefty pullback. The only way I'll take this is if it can somehow get through the 839 again, but that is a pretty hefty pullback. I will stick, well, right there, actually. Even the AI wants to short Rivian now. Our AI wants to short Rivian. How much of a pullback for NNE? Okay, let's take a look. I don't know why I can't put. First of all, can I find NNE anywhere without having to? No. Okay, I'll have to type it in. Well, it's already had a nice pop. So you might have asked that question. When did you ask that? 9:47. Yeah, so it's a minute ago. So it's already had a nice pop. You can see what happened. I mean, it basically got down to the low of yesterday. Low of yesterday is 2180, and it got down to 2209. So that is the area that I would really looking and to see if it would hold that whole number 22. It's too late now. No, it still may go. Come on, give me one more little pop. All right, this one, guys, VSEE. Is it halted on the way up, halted on the way down? And the answer is halted on the way down. Another one that started trading as VSEE yesterday. Come on, one more move for Dakota. I know it's not Dakota, but okay, there we go. Just give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So we're now 9:52 already. Okay. I messed this up a little bit, guys. We're going to have to let this. Sorry, Pepe. Okay, not bad. Only loaded a few. Ooh, ICU is back. Just give me a moment. I'm probably too late now. Yeah, NNE is, I guess it got halted on the way up. So ICU, probably too late for me now. Not really. It's too jumpy, way too jumpy. All right, guys, I'm out. Obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but you heard me talk about the DAKT. Said it was very interesting. It's an AI alert. I did not take it at 1282. Took it just over 13. It got up to 1340. I'm out everything now. I didn't get out right at 1340, but now I can concentrate on something else. Okay, LRHC, is this, now this is starting to come back also. So this had a high yesterday of 338. Oh man, I should still be in the Dakota. Daktronics, I know it's Daktronics. So far, a really nice one from our AI. And what separates this one from probably the other ones is in the AI, it's an earnings play. So when we get into earnings season in about 3 weeks, we will see probably a lot more stocks that make it into our AI that are earnings plays. Wow, DAKT. I mean, this is now, might be an all-time high or close. All right, single stock window. Here we go. Yeah, look at that, guys. I mean, 96.9%. So if you see, so in a lifetime high, so if we could have a lifetime candle for DAKT, it'd be right at the top. Okay. You know, there it is, 96.4% in green. That means it'd be almost right at the very top of its lifetime high. Okay, now NNE still so resumed, but it's, you know, as an intraday trader, it has been tough to trade this one intraday, in my opinion. I mean, these are big moves, guys. I mean, look at the GRDI got up to 275 and then right back down to 2. I mean, that is a big percentage move down. Yeah, the SMR. Well, Steve Gomez, who will be, no, it's only Wednesday today. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow. He's been all over SMR for probably a month now, maybe even longer. And this is sort of the same sector as NNE. And that's why we've been looking at OKLO, you know, which is in theory, I'm going to say it's in the same sector. The deployment of fast fission power plants. But it is, you know, it has struggled to break out through 10. You can see on the daily chart, it's been trying to get through 10. And I still have an alert set up in this area. That's the high of yesterday. All right, market. What is the market doing? So we did have that little bounce at 9:45. And let's see what happens here. Is this going to be a big red candle wiping this out, or will the buyers still persist for a while? New home sales coming in lower than expected, and that is at 10 o'clock. Yeah, that's right. 10 o'clock was the another economic indicator for new home sales. Then after that, we have got at, so this is typical. I mean, at 10:30 on Wednesdays, we've got the petroleum industries. I don't know about this one. At 11 o'clock, we've got the survey of business uncertainty. I have no idea what effect that will have. At 11:30, we have the $28 billion 2-year auction. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got a $70 billion 5-year note auction. But no Fed presidents talking today that I can see anyway. All right, guys. Let's take a look at this ICU. It has been absolutely jumpy, but wow, DAKT just made another new high, guys. Another new high. This will almost be a lifetime high. Let's take a look at where the lifetime high actually is. Let me get to a monthly chart. Should show up. Yeah, it's a while ago, I guess. Well, I have no idea where it is. I'm going back to 2019. Yeah, I don't care. It's not so technically it is not a lifetime high right now, but I don't know how far I have to go back to find it. I'm in 2017 now. I don't care. That's 7 years ago. So it's okay. So technically this is not a lifetime high, but it may as well be. All right, guys. So yeah, so on our AI, we've had a couple of really nice ones, the Dakota and the Rivian so far. But we know too early. I mean, if you are any sort of a trader, you would not have, I would not have taken it. I mean, it was just way too extended. It could come back though. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. This could come back. And so I'm going to set an alert at just around $4 and see if it comes back later on. Use the AI like a watch list. The other thing, if you're a VWAP type player, there's 392 is the VWAP for WINA. So if it takes out the VWAP coming up, that might give you an entry also. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, so keep an eye on the WENA, okay, the WENA. If it gets over 4 again, this could have another run. So that was the alert for the short on Rivian from our AI, 1591. Nothing stopping Dakota right now, guys, DAKT. Very few earnings plays, and you can see I only have 2 that I have listed, to be honest, in the price range that I trade. There's the GIS. That's another earnings play, GIS. And then, so what I'm talking about, okay, only 2 in my earnings scanner that are passing, that are meeting my filter requirements. The Honest Company, HNST. HNST is, for whatever reason, okay, Loop Capital upgrades on its growth potential. Wonder if they have a price target that they put on it. I mean, it's been a disaster, really. I mean, May 4th, 2021 came in as an IPO at $16 a share. Really? Well, here's the spread now. I mean, it was okay when I got it. I mean, 67, 30, 71 isn't terrible. 70, I mean, maybe you find that too bad. I don't know if it's widened a lot. Well, I don't display the AI, often, but I mean, look at that. 6.9% and 3.36% from these 2 alerts right there. And I'm still waiting on the WENA to see if I can get back over $4 later on in the day. Here's a cheap one, guys, a BAT, ABAT. Looking left, though, I don't like it. There's the next high looking left, 111, and then another high right up here at around 114. So don't really like it just because of what I'm seeing looking left. All right, guys. So we now NNE. So it's been yeah, all over the place. Look at this. I mean, it resumed at 9:50. Oh, that's a while ago, and now it's moving down. Okay, guys. So there's GME now. I mean, GME, another tough trader. Big red bar now showing up. GME wiping out the last 30 minutes. Man, this BTDR, this has been on a nice run also. Really not, I mean, the Bitcoin market was moving down like this, or Bitcoin itself was moving down, down, down. I know it had a little pop yesterday. This has been really strong as a crypto player. Again, generates its income through its proprietary mining data centers. Another Singaporean stock. The Holy Grail, GRAL, guys. So here is GRAL. Started trading as GRAL yesterday. This was a spinoff from Illumina. So it started trading. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert at the high of yesterday and see it at some point. Will it take it out? All right, guys, it's almost 10:15 now. So I think what I'll do is I'll go over my homepage, show you the scans that I am sharing, plus other information you can find on my homepage. And welcome to the rooms. If you are new, I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and what I call the main room. The main room, just a lot more action amongst traders, okay? YouTube, not as many posting by traders. But, if you just want to hear me and see my screen, YouTube is fine. But if you want a little more interaction with other traders, then you can come into the main trading room. They're both the same in terms of seeing my screen and hearing me. So it's up to you. But this is, I'll just put that link into our main room, into our YouTube room, if you do want to head over. So if you click on my homepage link, oops. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. You'll see here's right at the very top. Here is a way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at any time, please use the promo code that you will see on my homepage. It will change. Sometimes we have better percent discounts. I'm sure we'll probably have one for the 4th of July. But right now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, this is the best we can do, 15% off first month only or the entire year. And again, taking out a subscription using my promo code really helps to keep these rooms free because the rooms get credit for the subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one, download and install your first startup and login. Moving down here, important introduction to scans, our top list windows and alert windows, the two key ingredients of trade ideas, okay? They're very short videos covering the major aspects of trade ideas. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put these together, all free, okay? stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it right here. It is free, of course, and as is the trade of the week. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think it's triggered. Yeah, it is definitely not triggered. The trigger was 570, and you can see that it did not hit 570 on Monday. When you get the email, you'll see, there's an entry, and you can do anything you want with it, of course. But I mean, the suggested entry is always the trigger price, and it never hit it. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just is sort of a non-event again. It was the trade of the week last week also. It waited for a pullback to a certain level and never got there. So if you do sign up for the trade of the week, again, it is free. If you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section. And if you click on the user guide, great user guide. Here's the getting started again. So a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You'll see stock racing. You'll see I'm running 3 races. I'm going to go over the concept of running of stock racing, but here is the guide. You'll see I put price alerts on charts all the time. If you wanted to create your own symbol list or watch list, you can. There's usually for anything major, you'll find it here. But you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. Here's the getting started again. So daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. A lot of times Jamie does listen to me on Wednesday. But I will confirm that later. Time is it right now, 10:18. So yeah, so in about an hour and 45 minutes when I take my break. But what I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in the main trading room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Good idea, I think, to always go over to YouTube when I'm on my break between 12 and 1 Eastern. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to listen to somebody else the way they trade. Okay? So what is Trade Ideas? We are a real-time alert scanner. Now we do screen, of course, and I'll explain this is screening really, okay? Kind of like screening, but we are a real-time alert. That's what we're excellent at doing. So let me show you what this one is looking for as an example. This is an alert window, call it Momentum. If I right-click on it, and this is on my home page, it's a pretty active scanner. So this is what it's looking for. This is the screening aspect. Okay, so if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Wow, look at LTBR, guys. Over 4 now, over 4. LTBI over 4, LTBR over 4. Again, if you're looking for maybe a cheaper NNE, I think this is sort of in the same sector, as was pointed out yesterday by somebody, might have been Rob. Anyway, this gives it the momentum. The stocks where the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% or normal, 5 minutes, 400% or normal. The bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so there's the LTBR right there. And you can see it just made didn't make another new high, I guess. So at 10:20 plus 1 second, so about 30 seconds ago, that's the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. And so that's how that works. And these are all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. But if you want to make any changes, of course, again, you can. If you don't like the price range, for instance, or maybe you don't like one of the filters, or you want to adjust the values, or maybe add a filter that you like. Maybe you're a person who likes to see RSI or anything else. You can always adjust this to your style of trading. And you can just see right there, GRDI just made a new high of the day. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as I scroll down, you can see that we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, when I come to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, or your first time in the rooms this week, and you're looking at all this and thinking, man, this is too complicated. I cannot possibly learn all of these real-time alerts and filters. Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? The only reason there's so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language. You can just see right there, LTBR just made another new high for the day. Would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who wanted to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get hung up on all this. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters, because that is what suits my trading style. That doesn't have to be your trading style, of course, and that is why we have a lot of different ones that you can pick from. But you can kind of scroll through them. If you have any trading experience, you might see something that you like. Okay? But don't get hung up on all the information that you see here. You don't have to learn it all. So again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, okay? So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's a type of scan you're looking for, you go to my homepage and you see some of the scans I've got, but you don't see something that you like. I may have something, but if I don't, I'll give you an email address that you can send that information to. We have, again, as I said before, we have 5 different traders who take over from me on YouTube, but they may have a scan that you might like, okay? So let me explain what these races are looking for, okay? So I'm running 4-minute races. Now, again, in the user guide that I displayed before, there's a whole section on stock racing, and you can click on it, and everything I'm going to say is all there, all right? Now, I'm running 4-minute races. If you want to run a 5-minute race or a 10-minute race or a 1-minute race, that's up to you. I chose 4 minutes for whatever reason a long time ago, okay? So what does it mean? So this race is 2.5 minutes in, okay? There's a 1 minute and 20 seconds, a countdown. And so since the race started, this stock has moved the most. LTBR, since the race started, it's moved 6.4%. Okay. And GRDI has moved 4.9% and onward. So at the end of the race, there will be a winner declared. Now, you notice GRDI just took over the top spot. So there will be a winner declared at the end of the race. And you can see on this right-hand side here, there is a top 10 list that is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So why are these stocks showing up? So all races start from a top list window, okay? And you can create your own top list window, but this is what I'm looking at. If a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up from yesterday's closed at least 2%, I want to see those stocks. Okay. I want to see the most active stocks when the races start. So for instance, so if I'm looking, a topless window, it still has a function. Okay. So if you want to see stocks that are up the most from the open, it's opening print. So there's GRDI, it's up 48%, LTBR 29%, etc. Every one of these column headers is clickable. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most, which meet my filter requirements, between $1 and $50 and 200,000 shares minimum, etc. You can click on any one of these column headers. And so GRDI is up 62% from yesterday's close. So that's great. But how am I going to use this information to trade it? Trade. So what the race does is this. What if here's LAZR right down here, okay? And it's up 7.1% from the open. What if all of a sudden it just started to move? 7.1%, 8%, 10%, 12%. Well, it would be really hard for me to follow that unless I'm just staring at this stock for some reason. Well, that's where the race comes in, okay? Because the race doesn't care whether the stock is at the high or way down here at the low. If it is moving the most since the race started, you're going to see it. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So since the race started again, there's Gardy, another, up 10%. Since the race started. Again, it's just like any other race. The gun goes off, and that's why you'll see, though, until the race is over, of course, there'll be jockeying for position who finishes first. Why this is good, in my opinion, is that especially if you're new to trading, this automatically creates a watch list for you to follow all day. So look at WENA, guys, WENA. Keep an eye on WENA. It is now back to 4. So, now the other thing is you don't have to wait for a race to be over, to click on the top. If you see something starting to move, click on it, see what's happening. Okay, there's MAXN. I mean, it's not really that interesting, but you never know. Now, the other thing is that take a look at, this one. It won 2 races earlier. Maybe it's setting up for something later on. If you have any trading experience at all, you might want to put a price alert at a certain level that you're saying, well, okay, maybe if it hits that level, I want to know about it. So you put a price alert on our chart. Maybe it comes back into a moving average that you like. If it gets down to a moving average that you like, you can put a price alert there. Maybe put a price alert at the VWAP. I mean, it all depends on your style of trading, of course. So this one doesn't care about what the market cap is, okay? These two do. And this is why you will not see typically huge percentage moves in the large cap gainers from the start of the race and the large cap losers from the start of the race. You will typically not see huge percentage moves because here I've also put has to be a market cap of at least 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. And the same here. Now, this may be something, again, if you're new to trading, I mean, these are great when you're on the right side of them. These are very active, but, but there's a flip side. They're going to really come down hard on you, when the buying stops. These are a little less volatile. Well, quite a bit less volatile. So you look at ASTS as an example. It's a big float, 124 million in the float. And so it may set up for a style you trade. Now, Nicola, I'm sure is up because of Rivian, okay? It's probably just, oh my goodness, I didn't realize that. So they did a 1-for-30 reverse split. So this is a 1-for-30 reverse split for NKLA. Okay, let me do a quick sound check for everybody. My mic is not on mute. The sound icon in the trading room is not on mute. So are we good, or is just M? M says lost sound. Okay, so M, it's you. All right, guys. So Wena, Wena, got back up to 4 and pulled back a little bit from 4. So my guess is that there's not that many brokerage, unless you have, say, Cobra. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe E-Trade, Fidelity. Who has ICU shorts? ICU shorts. Other than, I know Cobra probably, and Centerpoint, and maybe Trade Zero. But for instance, does E-Trade or Fidelity have ICU shorts? I know Interactive Brokers does not. The reason I say that is that RAI is short of that one at 783. Boy, and before it pulled up, I got up at all. I got down to 713. And a little bit of tea. Now, if there's any sort of a market bounce, these ones that are moving down, if there's any sort of a market bounce, unless, they have news on their own, it might be an earnings play. I'm talking about the large cap losers. We could start to see some bouncing. Okay, could. Unless they have news on their own, all right, like it's an earnings play or T for 2. T for thee. Okay, so ICO, my guess is that not many have ICU shorts, but boy, oh boy, look at the Rivian short now. RIVN, look at that short now. Still, maybe at some point it'll test that low, 1471. Really? Okay, let's do this, Barbara, before I do that, okay? Because did you just load it? I'm talking to Barbara in our YouTube room, talking about reposting the biggest gainers from the start. So you were running it from the start of the day? Okay, let's do this. Right click on it and open the top list, okay? Open the top list and tell me what you see when we click on configure. Tell me what you see and see if it matches this. Well, once it opens. Okay, see if it matches that. Can you do that for me? So when you say yes, does it match this? Or are you saying, yes, you can do it? I know I do it all the time. I ask a couple of questions at the same time, so I'm not sure what. Okay, so I'm going to ask the question. So that's what I don't understand. When you say the scan on the website doesn't match this scan here, but you don't have the scan. Okay, again, I'm not quite sure I understand. Okay, so here again is my home page. Okay, well so here's my home page. So if I click down to the scan section and I click on large cap losers from the start of the race, make sure it is the same. Okay, so this is what's confusing me because I mean, if you go to my home page and load that, this is it. This is the same one. Well, it depends now. I mean, did you run it right at 9:30? Like right at 9:30? I mean, that's when this started at 9:30. I mean, it's possible there's a small difference. Yeah, reload it now. I mean, you know, it'll start racing now but this right here is based on this top list that I just loaded. I just loaded it. So you know, I could give you this, but it's going to be exactly the same as on my homepage, if that all makes sense. The key thing is when you reload it, right click on it and then open the top list and then do that summary to make sure it is exactly the same as what I've got. Because if it is, then I have no explanation why you would have a difference. Well, but Chris, the race setup, if you're using from my home page, it'll be exactly the same race setup, a 4-minute race, and you know, based on the change from the start of the race and all that. So if people are loading it from my home page, it's the same setup that I'm using. All right, guys, DMAC. Where is DMAC? We used to have a DMAC in the room years ago. Pops in every now and then. Haven't seen him for a while. But here's the symbol, DMAC. Oh man, Rivian guy is getting close to 15, getting closer to 15, which is going to be approaching the pre-market low, or was it pre-market low or just the low? Yeah, so that is the market low. Okay, that's a 930 candle right there. So Barbara, did you reload it? And let's just check again to make sure that that top list is exactly the same. Because all races, remember, are start from a top list windows. That's why I'm saying if you go to the guide and you look at TIA stock racing, you create your top list window with your parameters. Well, the scanner is real time. The only thing you're seeing here, this is not exactly a scanner, okay? This is the scanner. These are real time alerts right here. Okay. So these are all real time alerts right here in an alert window. This is not exactly, okay, if you're looking at these prices, I mean, they're very, very, very close, but this is the scanner. I'm looking right now, SMR 1170, it's at 1171. It's very, it's so close that it doesn't matter. The whole idea is you'll click on it, and then when you see on the chart, it is absolutely real time. Charisma Therapeutics. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. CARM, probably. Well, it's not low float. It's 33 million, not high, of course, but granted on the 25th, it was granted well, it is the 20. Oh, today's the 26th. So yesterday was granted fast track designation. But when I look left, I don't like what I see. Well, it all depends. That's why I asked you, Barbara. Did you load it exactly at 9:30? Okay, and started at 9:30. That's why. Well, that's why I asked you. I asked you. I thought I asked you if you started it right at 9:30. I thought you said yes. Well, that's the difference then. That is the difference then. This is from the start of the market. This is when the market opened at 9:30. That's the difference. You can run this in the pre-market too, but so that's the difference. Okay. Because yeah, I mean there are 4-minute intervals starting at 9:30. So Michael Storm in our YouTube room says that the NCAA is voting, NCAA voting to take cannabis off the banned substance list. They're voting on it. Okay. All right, guys. Weena. Let's see now. Is that holding for? Ooh, I shouldn't have taken it. Well, maybe we'll see if it works. Well, I don't know if it's cannabis news, Bushmaster, but somebody is saying in our YouTube room that the NCAA is voting to take cannabis off the banned substance list. So, I mean, that's okay. Yes. Okay. Well, okay, guys. Now I've taken some of the weena off. Okay. I don't, I just started trading it yesterday, 2 days ago. But now I hold in case it does the crazy and gets close to 5. But it's up to you how you trade it, if you trade it. So again, this is why I'm saying, use in my opinion, use the AI like a watch list. We had the alert and it actually got stopped out. Who cares? Follow it, keeps following it. Okay. Like a watch list. I mean, it was a pretty tight stop also. It was only about a 11-cent stop, but there was the alert of 409. It did get stopped out, but I would never have taken it that early anyway, because to me, it was just way too extended. So no mad rush to get in. And now I'm out. You see, this, it has so little trading history. But, pretty nice percentage move up to 450. Now, it may still go. I'm going to put an alert. I'm out completely, but I'm going to put an alert at the high now and see if later on it takes it out. Just not a lot of historical reference for this one, of course, because it just started trading 2 days ago as WINA. Pakyaka. How's that, Jay? Terrible or passable? Okay, let's take a look at so this CORZZ. I know I'd have to go into my symbol list. I must be blocking CORZ. Must be in some kind of a list, and it shouldn't be there. But here's CORZ. Okay, here's another earnings play, guys. PRGS, another earnings play. Look at this move. Not a ton of volume. I mean, 10 times normal, but 359,000 shares. But this is what a nice move from 48 to 52. What's the spread like? Not terrible. I mean, not terrible. Well, sort of widening now. 54.77. Guys, maybe keep an eye on Sear here. So this had a big down day yesterday, but it had a nice recovery. Decent recovery from the bottom. Got down to 38.48. Moved about $1 from the bottom, but it is starting to move down again. And I can't remember. There had to be some news on this one. was yesterday, the 25th. Let me see if I can find any headline on the 25th. Other than these lawyers who are trying to drum up a class action suit. I mean, there had to be some reason. I just don't have it. It was not an earnings play. So, William, there was no news on it yesterday that we could find. Beyond Meat fails. Okay, just seeing that what you're posting there. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on OPTX now. OPTX, let's see, did it win any races? Yes, it did. OPTX now getting over 6 or trying to get over 6. But it has been pretty choppy. Shady's shorting NVIDIA. Let's take a look at NVDS. So you can short the stock or you can buy this. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I see. Thank you, Rich. So that is so I guess it's sort of so it's a sympathy play with ABV. Okay, good for you, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Boy, I wish I'd held on to some anyway of the Dakota, the Daktronics, DAKT. Okay, guys, what I'm doing, actually, take a look at ENVX. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything kind of interesting. This is one, of course, from yesterday. Big one from yesterday. Still down for the day, but trying to recover. This was an AI alert yesterday. You can see it right there. There's that buy. So 3 trades for me today, guys. The Rivian short in the pre-market. Wish I'd kept a lot more of it. The Dakota long from the AI. Wish I kept a lot more of it, DKAT. And then the WENA, the quick one, the WENA, WENA, again from our AI. Okay, Allied Gaming and Entertainment. Let's see where this could go. High is 123, so probably a low float, pretty low float, 23 million in the float. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. I want to call it Algae, but AGAE. I don't see any news on it, but on the move. We got the back. Let's take a look at a monthly chart to see where it could go before it hits any sort of a high. So on a monthly chart, yeah, it's pretty close actually. We've got a couple of highs right around the 135, 138 mark. So that's pretty close. Now, if I knew it was going to go from 122 to 138, fine, but or 136, I guess that's the high, 136. Yeah, that'd be a nice move, but I don't know what's going to do that. I want to see a lot more room when I look left, before I take a trade. You know what's starting to move, guys? I wonder if it's showing up here at all. No, it's not showing up here because it's still down for the day, but RGS, the big one from one of the big ones from yesterday. I got up to 24.50. I'm going to stick an alert at 2060, 2053 or so, which is the high of the body of yesterday's daily candle. And see if it can take that out. If it does, it might have a shot to keep moving and maybe test that high of yesterday. Maybe. Very low float, 2 million in the float. I remember now. This is actually shortable for me, though. At Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, things have actually settled down quite a bit for me. I haven't had a new alert in this scan, which is a pretty active scanner, for about 5 minutes now. Oh boy, this HIMS is just getting clobbered today. Well, not clobbered. I guess it's down almost 5%. Been on a big run. Obesity drug play. CMAX. Okay, let's take a look at CMAX. My guess it's under $1. And I would have guessed wrong. Wow. Yeah, this is really moving, guys. No, okay. I'm wondering why am I not seeing it here? That's because the volume is only 100,000. It's just getting going. And my minimum here is 200,000 shares. So that is why CMAX is not showing up here. Almost for sure it would have been leading. Wow. Low float, 3 million in the float. CareMax, not CarMax, CareMax. Okay, so Misa, you can have everything you see, not the charts, okay? You can create your own charts, all right? But you can have my Hustle Resumes and these three races. And you can go to my homepage and I'll show you where they are. And the reason I don't create a giant layout is because, not everybody wants everything. So sort of do it a la carte. You can pick and choose what you might like. So if you go to my homepage, I just put the homepage link in. So if you go to my homepage and scroll down until you see the scan section right here. So here are the three races, okay? Here are the three races, 1, 2, and 3. And then here's the halts resumes over here. And then, up to you to create your charts because, you might not want the same time frames I've got, things like that, okay? So easy enough to, now I do have, if you want my single stock window, now it's not exploded like that, but here is a single stock window. Where is it? Exploded, in other words. It's easy enough though to just, if you want to see the profile and the news at all times, it's easy enough to do that. Most people probably just look at this though. And that is here, the single stock window, okay? But as you can see, I have other scans that I'm sharing on my other monitors. Oh, look at OPTX, shoot. Doggone it, I missed it. Waiting on a 7 break on this one, and boy, oh boy. All right, let's see if there's Mobileye. Let's see if Mobileye is doing anything. Yes, it is actually. So Mobileye, take a look at Mobileye, MBLY, and looking left, what sort of room does it have? Has it got some room? Well, 2711, yeah, 2708 and 2711 are the next two highs looking left on the daily chart. Takes that out, not that far away, of course. The next high is 2765. So a little bit of room. I'm going to stick a price alert around 2714 and see if it can take that out. All right, well, let's see now. Let's see if this has any room to keep moving. Oh, well, it has room. Talk about the Mobileye, MBLY. Okay, guys, what do we got halted? Well, CMA, oh, but that's halted on the way down, right? CMAX, yeah, halted. Wow, look at that. What a what a drop. Guys, I mean, this DAKT, I mean, if it takes out the high of the day later on, I mean, this could still have a run in it. The volume is excellent, 21 times normal. Okay. It's an earnings play, so it should still be. Now, the volume, right here, actually, well, this is only 11:08, 7 more minutes for this to close, but, the volume has still been pretty steady until here. But this, again, has 7 minutes to close. Now, I have no problem shorting this one, and eventually I may run out of steam. So I'm going to stick a price alert at 1360 for this one in case it runs out of steam. The volume just really dwindles. Wow, look at OPTX now. Got to be so careful. So I'm going to say it again. I'll say it every day, guys. If you take one of these low float situations, give me a moment. Okay. If you take one of these low float situations, where's that OPTX again? So with 6 million in the float, that's very low. Okay. You cannot wander away from your computer. Okay. You might have taken this one up in this area here and you watched it get up to all of what they ate, through 8. And you said, this is going to keep going. There was the high in the pre-market, almost at $9. And so I'm going to go downstairs, race downstairs, do something for a minute, even 10 seconds. Don't do it. Look what can happen. I mean, look at how devastating that is. Now, you could have a stop, yes. You could have said, well, I'm going to put an auto stop. And the problem with that is that, with that type of a float, that could have blown right through your stop. And, let's say you had 1,000 shares. Maybe you would have only got out a couple of hundred. It depends how fast that moved through your stop. So you cannot wander away from your computer. Okay. All right, guys. So I mentioned DMAC earlier. Let's take a look at DMAC and what is it doing. So again, what did it pull down to? 267 is the, so you can see what it got to. It pulled back into the VWAP area. The VWAP, if you're a VWAP type player, you can see that the VWAP, for this one anyway, provided some support and it bounced off the VWAP. Okay. Alicia, not finding the home page. Okay. Well, let me put the homepage link in again. I know it's working, so but let me make sure maybe it didn't get into YouTube correctly. Okay, so let me click on it in YouTube. There it is. So yeah, there it is. There's my homepage. Talking to Alicia in our YouTube room. I just clicked on the link that I put in YouTube, and it's bringing up my homepage, and here are the scans. Okay, Alicia, did that work? I just clicked on it. I clicked on the link that I put in YouTube, and that brought me right to my homepage. Okay, guys, 11:13. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Jamie will definitely be taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Look at okay, guys, again, highly volatile, but look at MLGO. I don't think I think it's still below yesterday's close, but MLGO trying to have another move here. Rather liking this instead of the candlestick charts. I'm rather liking this. The open, high, low, close looks neater, and I'm just about price and action, so price and volume. Give me a moment, guys. Just talking to somebody in one of the other traders. Okay, Alicia, did that work? Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just following some stuff internally. All right, NXL has been an active one, very, very active one. So last week it got up to, so it's above last week's high, 272. In my opinion, a rather difficult intraday trader. How can you tell? Well, when you see a daily chart that has big topping tails or bottoming tails, that means, it's been very volatile during the day. So it's always a challenge as to where are you going to put your stop. In my opinion, anyway. Well, Grinder, guys, GRND has been on a tear here. Grinder, they've been on a tear. Not an earnings play. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. So it raised its full year revenue guidance ahead of its first investor day. Okay. So they release earnings on August the 9th, but maybe they're having probably having an investor day before that. So that is the reason for Grinder moving higher. So yes, it was a short from the AI, not infallible. Take a look at it, and to me, it looked like more of a long. Okay, give me a moment. On mute. Darn, I was hoping one day I could not talking when I was on mute. Anyway, all I was talking about was this BTAI. So getting close to this potential resistance of 150, I was saying I have shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 2.7 million. So there are a lot of shorts available. The next highs are around the 165 mark. So again, had news yesterday, positive top line results. What I was saying is that look at the daily candle, very muted. In fact, I think when I said muted reaction, I saw your post come in, Pepe, in the support. Anyway, a muted reaction to its release yesterday, sort of a delayed reaction now. So you see what's happening with, wow, I was just going to say, you see what's happening with the CMA trying to come back. You can see how it's leading a race, up 13.8% since the race started. And, you know, just for no confusion, that 54% represents what it is from yesterday's close. But this 13.8% represents what did it do from when the race started. All right, Bitcoin play, guys. Now, Bitcoin, I mean, it's, yeah, wow, very choppy. Here's Mara. I'm looking at Bitcoin itself, though, IBIT. Let's take a look at IBIT. Yeah, if you want to take a Mara or a Riot or any other ones, I mean, nice to have Bitcoin on your side a bit, I guess, but this is still down a little bit. So Mara is definitely moving counter to what Bitcoin is doing. All right. Okay, Dectronics. Let's see if I want to short you. What time is it now? 11:26. I have time. All right. I'm trying to get somewhere around 1360. And this is going to be probably a quick one, guys, if I able to get it. So, all right, I did get it. And the 1360 mark. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm not, it's still a strong stock. And it's always, there is the 10 SMA. So maybe it can get close to that. Maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to get a little bit more. I mean, I have a little bit in this, but I want to trying to get a little bit more. It's back up to that 1360 or a little bit above it. I'm out of it. Just need that ask to catch up to the bid a little bit. Now it's popping up. Okay. Meanwhile, guys, NXL making new highs again. NXL making new highs again. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. Yeah, I got a little bit greedy, but okay, of the Dakota, that electronics, basically flat. Hoping for, I was hoping it would really take this out, get maybe in, closer to that SMA, but see how that SMA is now rising? All right, what was just popping up here? NXL, thank you. It's doing so many things. NXL, thank you. Excuse me, William. Yeah. Wow. Low float, 6 million in the float. No shorts available for Made in Interactive Brokers, but the next high looking left is 340 on the weekly chart. 340. What did it get to? Got to 344, a little bit above that high. Takes it out again. Basically, I mean, it's very close to a lifetime high, which is, pretty strange for a very low price stock, but okay, so a couple of questions have come in. So, Steph, let me ask, I have one person in our YouTube room who asked me kind of the same thing. But so what? Okay, I can try to help build a filter, Ruslan. You mean a scan, right? So maybe give me your parameters and let's see what we can do. Okay. So as far as when you say a novice, now I'm talking to Steph in our main room. When you say a novice, are you a novice to trading also, or just to trade ideas? So Steph, can you hear me? Because there's a difference, obviously, if you're new to the trading platform or the scanner, but you are an experienced trader, that's a big difference. But if you're a complete novice, then you have some work to do, and I can give you a series of videos that can get you started anyway. They're all free, but I got to know what is your level of trading experience. Hmm. Whoa, guys, RGS now. RGS doing its thing. Wow. Is it ever? No, it's a terrible spread. Okay. It's a terrible spread, almost a dollar. Okay. 20, 35, 21. I mean, now if it goes up $3, that won't matter, but we don't know what it's going to do. All right, Steph, can you hear me? Yeah, so I can't take that. I mean, it's just too, that spread was just too crazy. So Ruslan, could you hear me in our YouTube room? Really helps, guys, if you don't have me on mute. I don't know if you have me on mute. Okay. I'd have to give it some thought, Ruslan, off the top of my head. I mean, closed in the upper. See, you could obviously you could, at the end of the day, you could find the stocks that have closed in the upper 20%. Okay. I'm talking to Ruslan in our YouTube room. And then have a symbol list like that, and then point to that symbol list. And now the pre-market today trading within that 20% range. In other words, so first of all, would you know how to create a symbol list based on that? Okay, but based on stocks closing yesterday within 20% of the high of the day. I mean, that's simple. That's simple enough to find those stocks, right? So for instance, today you could have your position in range filter and make sure that it minimum is 80% min. And then at the end of the day, you'll see the stocks that closed in that 20% range. Does that all make sense? Well, I can't. Well, I don't have something. Okay, well, watch. Okay, if I create a new. Something's lagging here. Just give me a moment because I had some. All right, so here are stocks that are right now, as we speak, as an example. Well, the position in yesterday's range, I'm not 100% sure it works in the pre-market. That's what I don't know. Maybe Pepe knows, because if it does, then yes. If the position in yesterday's, well, yeah, if it works in the pre-market, then yes. That's all you'd have to do. Put 80% min. I just that maybe one of the other traders knows. Okay, so I mean, you're right. If that works, what I was going to say though is at the end of the day here, at literally at 4 o'clock, you could just take this symbol. You can obviously add whatever price range you want, minimum volume, and all that sort of stuff. And then right, because right now these are the ones that are. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of them, but these would be the ones right now that would meet the requirements based on the price range that I've got and the minimum volume. You might want to add other things. Then you would put that into a symbol list and then monitor it in the pre-market. But it may work. Chris is going to test it right now. If it works in the pre-market, then that's a simple one. Yeah, just do your position in previous day's range. I just never tried it. That's all. Chris is testing it right now. So Steph, so when you said yes, you were new to trading, I'm assuming you mean you're new to trading. Okay. So if you're new to trading, the program won't help you yet. Okay. Okay. I mean, you have to have some kind of a trading experience. Okay. Understand what are you looking at when you get an alert, when you click on the alert, what is the chart trying to tell you? Okay. So this is what I would suggest before you do anything else. If you're a novice, is I just put my homepage link in and click on my homepage link. This is free. Trading 101. It's a series of videos that I think can at least give you a basis, a foundation behind, looking at charts. What is the chart trying to tell you? I mean, it starts off really, really basic. The first video is what is a stock? You don't have to look at every single video, but I would really take a look at that first before you do anything else. No point in getting the program, okay, and then you'll be just bewildered. I mean, what are you saying here? I click on an alert. What is it trying to tell me? What is this chart trying to tell me? All right, thank you, Chris. And Chris, yeah, so you can use the position in previous day's range in the pre-market, okay? And just put 80% as your min, and then that'll find you the stocks that are trading within 80% of yesterday's yesterday's range. Okay, so and then all you have to do then is just create the price range you want, the minimum volume that you want, whatever other filters that you want, but you can use the position in yesterday's range in the pre-market. Whew. All right, guys. Man, oh man, I'm just too jumpy. Look at that short now for DAKT. So you can do that. You can actually create a top list, okay, Ruslan, of the stocks you're interested in, and then a little bit tricky, but here's a top list as an example. And time frame, use historical data, okay? And then, it's actually not that tricky. So maybe at the end of the day, you could use, again, this is all times Eastern. You could put 4 p.m. and just change the date to the 26th. If you can see what I'm pointing at right there, using historical data. And as long as one of your columns is the relative volume, you'll see it. What it was at 4 o'clock. if that's what you're interested in, at the end of the day. Does that make sense? So you create your top list window, whatever, make sure you have the relative volume, and then just use that historical date and put for it. Okay, you do understand. Okay, good. This is sort of going back to my roots, Ruslan. I used to do this all the time, help people create scans, and I just don't do that anymore. I don't have the time. But that's how I really got started at Trade Ideas. It was helping people create scans, and I just don't have the time though. But that was simple. that was relatively simple. Oh man, look at this Dakota short that I'm not in. All the way down to 1283. I mean, it was in at 16, not 16. I was in at 1360. All right, though there will be another one. Well, Ruslan, as long as the variables are filters that we've got, it'll be simple. It's just a matter of what are the variables. Okay. I'm talking to Ruslan and her. It's okay. I don't mind. And you know what? In 15 minutes, Jamie will be there, and he may be able to help you also. Okay. But it depends what the variables are. You're talking about filters, right? When you say variables, you're talking about the filters that you want to add. The best thing to do is this, okay, to get you going, is if you either in the alert window or the top list window, I don't know how you want to monitor it all, but click on configure, okay, and then click on search. Now, here is where you can see whether or not we have what you're looking for that you can possibly add. So for instance, if you're looking for RSI, now the other thing is that some of them will not work in the pre-market. So that's the other issue. If you're looking only at things that are working in the pre-market, there is a PDF that maybe Chris can give it to me, that'll show you what you can actually use in the pre-markets. Like some alerts, some filters do not work in the pre-market. For instance, we do know that relative volume does not work in the pre-market unless you put one in. I mean, we've defaulted everything to one. Okay, so but if, for instance, if you wanted to put relative volume and use that filter in the pre-market, anything other than one, you will not get any data. Okay, I think just give me a moment. I want to see. No, that's not right. That's not going to do it for you. Give me a moment, guys. I'm Right? Yeah, I have myself on mute. So you know the earnings filter. Jamie may be able to. Yeah, I know. I forgot to unmute. Jamie may be able to help you. I'd have to play around with it, but it probably if you put max of -5 and 0 here, you'll filter out anything. Okay. But Jamie is going to be there very soon. Okay, so he'll probably be able to help you. Why would you want to do that though? Just out of curiosity, why would you want to do that? Filter out things that had earnings up to 5 days before? Hmm. There's got to be a way. I know there's. I'm just confused right now. Jamie, I'm sure Jamie will know. Okay. Well, that certainly will prevent earnings, but I'm sure Jamie can help you. Okay, he'll be there in like a minute. Okay, just ask him that. I know I could do it. I just play around with that filter, the min and the max and the earnings. Okay, and that will do it for you for sure.
Barry.
Oh, Jamie, I didn't hear you.
I snuck
One
in.
moment, guys. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, Jamie.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, guys. So let me put my announcement here. So I will be on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. And before I go, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie. So just give me a moment on that. Okay, guys. So in the main room, I put the YouTube link in. Jamie is there right now. So head over and listen to Jamie. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And one last thing to do, Jamie, is shut off my music so I can hear you. There you go.
Shut down that Metallica, Barry.
Yeah. Hi, Jamie. And, for those who don't know, Jamie, yes, works at Trade Ideas. So he'll be taking over for me for about an hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Hopefully you can, I know we can do it. Ruslan, Jamie, I hope you can help him. It's just a matter of preventing seeing earnings, no earnings for 5 days before. That's all. And I was just playing around with the earnings date filter, the min and the max. And I know we can do it. So I'm sure you can
earnings, no earnings within a 5-day window?
The previous 5 days. Previous 5 days. No earnings in the previous 5 days.
Trying to process that.
I know. It's just using the min and the max. That's all it is.
But so earnings that have occurred in the previous 5 days, you don't want to see those.
Right. Well, he says, for example, I need to filter maybe this is semantics. When you say you need to filter out stocks that had earnings in the previous 5 days. So I thought you meant you didn't want to see when I read that filter out. Okay, so he wants to see. Okay, well that's easier. That's a lot easier.
Earnings
So
in the past 5 days.
yeah, minus
Okay.
five,
Okay.
really.
I was like, I don't
Okay,
understand.
yeah, but I'll let
Okay.
you go. Well,
Yes.
first of all, before I do, did you do anything interesting?
It's been like I've done very little trading this morning.
Oh, okay.
I'm up what I would like to refer to as chump change or peanuts, but hey, beats losing. Just not a
As
very
William
active
in the
morning
other
for
room
me.
says,
Hmm.
pocket lint.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I like that every time he says that. I made pocket lint on that one.
Exactly. A little pocket lint, hey,
Yeah,
but it beats being down. So
yeah,
yeah, just
exactly.
kind of it's just not a very active morning for yours truly.
Okay.
I wish I had something better to talk about and exciting, but sometimes it's slow. But you probably got things to do, Barry. So
I do have things to
you
do.
go do
So
your things, and we'll see you when you get back, friend.
thank you. Okay, Jamie. See you in about an hour. Thank
Yep,
you.
absolutely. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me just get my pen up here in case we got to do any markings. And let's see, Rustlin, yeah, we'll try to get that filter setting for you. The filters are a little, well, the 0.25s and the 0.75s, the way we mark those can be a little bit confusing. But I tell you what, let me get my earnings window open and we will fiddle around with those settings. So one moment. And by the way, can everybody see my screen okay? Is it too small? Because I can take the resolution larger by another notch. So if everybody can see clearly, great. If it is too small, let me know and I can readjust. All right, so first and foremost, let me get my earnings top list up. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate it in here so we don't have to worry about it disappearing. And there, okay, so you can see I've just got this one configured to show me things that are reporting today, pre and post market. But once again, to your point, okay, thank you for that feedback, Jim. Rustlin, okay. So no earnings for the previous 5 days. And I want to say that's going to be -5 something. But sometimes we all have to refresh our memories a little bit. And we're just going to go in here to the In Words tab. And for those of you who might be new, keep in mind every filter has a little show me icon. And then when we come in here, we've got these tabs, and then we have the In Words tab. So clearly with 0.25 and 0.75, earnings will be reported between 0.25 being the pre-market and post-market for 0.75. So in the past 5 days, no more than 5 days before, okay, I think this is the key right here. -5 over here, earnings will be reported no more than 5 days before basically midnight last night. Oh, okay. So, see, I've already forgotten. For the past 5 days, right? It's not that you didn't want to see the stocks reporting over the past 5 days. You want to see everything that's reported over the past 5 days, right? Okay. So that should do it, I think. Okay, but we need to cap it because it's going back way too far, right? So it should be 5 and -5, I would think. Na-na-na-na-na. Oh, hey, scratch that. I was looking at the wrong column the first time. All right, let's do this one more time. Yeah, it always helps if you're looking at the right metric. Okay, but we're still seeing the big numbers. We're seeing it for the past 20 days. So I'm wrong, but we'll just keep. It's very weird the way that this articulates it. Last night, no more than 5 days after. Okay. Okay, now I think we're nope. Earnings will be reported at least 5 days before. Okay, that's the past 5 days. And a zero here? Okay, so these haven't occurred yet, right? But these occurred 16 days ago. Let me just verify that. June 3rd, yeah, okay. Well, 0 and -5, says Peppy. Well, that would have been my next guess. 0 and -5, right here. Yeah, 0 and -5. No other filters are in play. And this is what we get, which does not seem, this guy's 40 days out. Huh. Well, it's not very often I get confused with filters, but this one's getting it done. Okay. After 5 days before. That's the closest I think we've gotten it right there. So let's just broaden this out a little bit. Okay. I think this is where we want to be right here. HDL. And of course, today is the 26th. And stand by. And that was June 18th. Okay. Yeah, the FDX reported this morning pre-market. Okay, so Ruslan, you don't want to see the ones that are reporting today, just for the prior 5 days, not including today? Because I think we can make that adjustment pretty easy if that's what you want. Yeah, -5 and yeah, that appears to be the setting. Okay. So do you have the information that you need now, or do you want me to drop this list in the chat for you? Gotcha, on the continuation. Okay. Yeah, Pepe, I'd have to kind of agree with you there. But in the end, as long as we get the values in the column, then we know that the settings are correct. But that one's always been wonky. It's always been hard to interpret, to me anyway. But some people might read it and go, oh, but yep, you are welcome, Ruslin. Okay, as Barry was talking about earlier, as we were talking about, a little slow. Didn't really feel compelled to do much today. Just it feels like a summer day, and then all of a sudden tomorrow might come along with some great volatility. But this is the nature of the summer markets. And the last thing you ever want to do as a trader, whether it's a long or short, is trade out of boredom. You know, the quote everybody likes to say is never short a dull market, but you can get in trouble going long too in a dull market as well. Okay, Michael, what do we got here? A copy of a scanner you may still have from a while back called the high volume movers. It's a multi-window. Someone suggested you had built. Man, high volume movers. A multi-window. Hmm. I don't really, I mean, I've got a lot of windows with high volume. Um, I can't recall off the top of my head if it was a multi-strategy window. It was probably a very long time ago. Well, look who it is, Mr. Smolin. Graced by your presence, sir. Yes, the orange gradient is one of my preferred color schemes in top list. It's easy on the eye. Of course, this one isn't really color coded properly. Now it is that I sorted by relative volume, because if we take a peek in here, oops, wrong way. Let's see here. Where's my properties? There we go. Notice I have relative volume selected here and this color scheme here, along with the variables for relative volume. Good to see you, Phil, as always. Okay, back to you, Michael. A multi-strat. Let me just consult my cloud, and I will only isolate my multi-strat windows, and we'll go to the way back machine because I'm sure it's going to be old. Abnormal options activity. That's a Barry / Pepe window. Okay, so Michael, I'm going to rattle off a few names here, and if one jumps out, just let me know. I've got my turbo up and down family, no support, no resistance. Extreme volume, high-low pro. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, that's one of Andy's windows, which is a multi-strategy window. But that might be the one you're talking about, extreme volume, high-low pro. So we'll go ahead and pop that one out and just take a look here. Yep. So this is one that Andy created a while back. It's got two strategies in there, one for the longs, one for the shorts. And if we take a peek at the config, just a new high as the alert. Min price 5, we got some relative volume in there, 50% higher. This is more than likely in here to weed out the ETFs with these settings, because the ETFs do not report earnings. Therefore, it weeds them out automatically for you. Got to be up 1% from the close. Position in 10-day range, upper 5%, upper 15% of 20-day range. 10x on the 1-minute volume level. So, 100 is normal. So this is asking for 1,000, which would be 10 times. Average daily volume, some generic 500,000 shares, and volume in the 5-minute period, along with the 1-minute period, must be 5 times greater and a 10-minute greater. So it's surging in volume at that time. So what say you, Michael? You want to see a magnifying glass, Phil? Sure. We were just going over this with the earnings filter. There's your show me button, Phil. However, I can show you one that needs an additional tab. Let's see, change from 10 period SMA. Let's add that filter. Let's see if my memory serves me correctly. Oh, where's the in words tab? Oh, just a histogram. Oh, no in words tab in that one. Just FYI. Agreed. Okay, so Pepe's got it. Okay, awesome. No worries. Which one was it, Pepe? Just out of curiosity, the name. Okay. As I was saying earlier, kind of a slow morning, but the AI seems to have dug in. I took a few small share trades in the DAKT early on. Of course, Barry was talking about that one. Had a nice little opening, 1, 2, 3, 4 opening hour. Topped out, put the brakes on, all the way back down to the entry signal. But was still able to pull a little bit of a, pocket lent out of that trade. But let's see here. Which plays are doing better now? Looks like the bigger winner was this optics. Not a bad short signal there. Little extended, kind of engulfed all these other guys, and then snap right back down to the good old VWAP, which is the black line there, the orange line being the 10 period, which are two of my favorite metrics. Of course, we got the 130 down here, but between 10 period and VWAP, keep it simple. That's what I do. Let's see, high volume movers. It's older. Well, depends on what the timestamp or the date stamp is on that one. Could have been built like 8 years ago or 5 years ago or, X amount of years ago. Sometimes you just lose track. But as long as you're getting it, great. Appreciate the assist on that, Peppy. Other than that, let's see. BJDX, it was on my list to pay attention to, but it hasn't really done much, but things are not looking good for Blue Jay Diagnostics. Let's just do a little anchor VWAP from this last big candle. Yeah, not looking so good for those guys. Otherwise, a little bit of short activity out there, but nothing to write home about. All right, so forgot to kind of do the little opening spiel earlier. Just jumped right into that earnings setting. But in case there are any new people out there, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you have questions about anything Trade is related, you just use the questions panel to get it out there, and I will do my best to answer you. So there's no pre-planned script here, just talking shop, trading, and the software. And I've got some rudimentary chart reading abilities. I'm certainly no Michael Noss or Steve Gomez or even an Andy Lindloff. But I do have some basic chart reading skills. So if you'd like me to take a look at some charts or some symbols, just throw them up there and I'd be happy to give you my layman's interpretation. In the meantime, let us just check in on the big boys here. Where did my, well, hey, it's a bull market, right? The weekly chart, just up here, tapped highs, probably going to move sideways a little bit here. It is the summer market, but look at that 10 period on the weekly, just ruling the roost. Got a little bleedy for a little bit. Already had that line dropped. And it used to probably be down right here because there's just not a whole lot of, more, there is nothing to bang its head on other than the previous high, which was just a hop, skip, and a jump away. 5-ish points, maybe. But the bull market is still upon us. When will that change? I have no idea. And the ribbon, yes, I heard Barry and the ribbon short pre-market. And, probably not the easiest thing to stay in, but we can see shortly after the open, about 15 minutes in, the AI says, this ribbon looks pretty good on the short side. Now, check out that pre-market wick. That was the last, or nope, actually, that is the first opening candle. Now, my eyes were drawn to this level here because that was technically the low of the pre-market. So we could drop a couple lines here. You want to play the bodies or the first low, or you want to play the real low, right? This would have been, okay, actually, I keep thinking that candle is pre-market, but that is the opening 15-minute candle. Where did she open? Right at 1633. The low of that candle was 1577. So just shortly after this candle opened, we broke that pre-market range. And whoosh, all the way back down. They snap it right back up. Nature of the beast, and then slowly grind it on back down. So good entry. Probably had to sit a wiggle back up to the entry point. Experience a little bit of pain there, 1580-ish. But before it was all said and done, about a point in the money. And interesting to note, once that opening candle was done and we got a little bit tighter here, look at the VWAP. Look at the 10 period, right? And, I was speaking to a user that had come back to us after probably a 10-year hiatus, and he's been out of the game for a while. We were talking about simplicity in a 15-minute intraday chart and how the 10 period and VWAP tend to complement each other a lot. We were looking at a lot of plays yesterday to the upside where the 10 period comes up to meet the VWAP and you get a nice push upwards. And here we see the exact opposite, right? 10 period coming down to meet the VWAP resulted in a push lower, right? That's why I love these two metrics. So the VWAP and 10 period on a 15-minute, in my humble opinion, really complement one another. What is the float on LYEL? Well, let's have a look-see. I tried to sling a few shares of that one early and should have just stuck with my stop loss because it's a nasty little stock. It likes to jerk. So You're asking about the float. Float, I'm showing up here, 215 million. Got it down here in the single stock window as well. 200, just shy of 216 million. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second here. All right, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, I was just talking about the LYEL, what the float is. Not exactly a small floater, not exactly a huge float either, but typically around here we don't consider anything low float till it's sub 20, right about 20 million shares. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Ruslan. Sorry, there is no verified channel in Discord. I'm familiar with Discord. I have no idea what verified channel is. I do know that our Discord room is active these days. You're welcome, Edward. Okay, and just perusing the rest of these, and it seems, the big winners that the AI had today, well, the AKT, once again, was not so bad, assuming you got out. Ribbon, beautiful short, and the OPTX, which you would have had to have been very fast to get that OPTX fill. And if we're looking at the big winners, we still have to take a look at some of the losers too. AIEV, once again, you probably would have had to be pretty fast. Well, actually, no, that was a long, right? So unfortunately, buying the top on that one pretty much, not the top, but close enough, right? And what was the other short? Oh yeah, the grind short. I was in this one for a little bit. I'm like, yeah, let's try it out, and this wouldn't move over almost an hour period. So the longer it's in a trade that it's not working, the odds kind of start slipping. So lost some pocket lint on the grinder short, but oh well. All right, questions panel does appear to be clear. Let's take a look at our Dawn of the Dead race today. Some good upside action, but not really clearly any defined pattern other than it was hugging its VWAP, which isn't really a pattern. Same thing in BTAI, just straight up. And of course, Ribbon is on that list today because it's been beaten down for so long. But apparently there was some news. I was listening to Barry earlier. I don't know what the news was. Let's see. 5 billion from Volkswagen. Huh. Wow. That is quite a chunk of change. And it's funny because I live in a relatively small town, and I saw a Rivian the other day. I've seen the same one a few times, but there's one buzzing around here, and I got to tell you, they're not the prettiest vehicles around. A little boxy, but looks like they're going to be alive for a little bit longer. Of course, it won't take them long to burn through 5 bills. We'll see. Yep, a lot of these are just the same, just straight up, no setups or anything. Interesting. Almost everyone from Dawn of the Dead today is just straight up. Tiny little setup there and guilt, but not exactly lighting the world on fire. Straight up on that one. Pretty much straight up on that one, which is kind of odd because usually some of these, will wiggle around a little bit, maybe find a nice little level of supply where they consolidate. But this looks like all these were ripping from the open. Interesting. It is a bit of an odd day. Didn't take the short because of the strong catalyst. Yep, rustling, and that's just the nature of the beast, right? Very strong catalyst, but all gap up, right? Good news, gap it up, move it sideways, and then give a little bit back because it looks kind of like a false gap retracement is happening here. Not quite halfway through, so it's reclaimed some of the gap. Will it fill the entire gap? Who knows at this point? Probably look for a little bit of sideways movement right here, and then it's either gonna go below this level or this level might act as support. But to know what we might have, let's just consult the daily, consult the Oracle. And it looks like we're trying to find support right here. Bink. Back from this little area from the beginning of the year. Out of all this garbage, now maybe it'll set up shop here, coinciding with what we see right here. Now, if the sellers really come out of the woodwork, this 130 might get tested, right? But unless some massive sellers come out, which after that news, why would any massive institutional guys go dump it, right? It's going to be interesting to see if it meanders around this $15 level for a while. And then I would think that it might go, test these levels here. Of course, we could throw some VWAP stuff on here. So I'm sure this one will be showing up in our Brian Shannon anchored VWAPs, which are available through our Market Explorer, because one of the strategies in there is anchored from a recent gap up. If we did it right now, we're probably not going to see much, but no, nope, that's still the 130. We got to have a couple of days after that for it to make sense. But we can see VWAP for today, which it's significantly under 1560-ish. It's about a point under the VWAP for today. And we can see the direct correlation. Most of the volume was traded in these opening 45 minutes. That's why the VWAP is still up there. And the 10 is kind of acting as that wet blanket. So if this thing is going to bounce later on when the 10 gets down here to meet, if we do get a candle that closes above that 10, well, that could signal upside momentum coming in. Thanks for that. I'm curious now. I'm going to check that link out. Let's see what we got here. High volume movers. All right, it is a multi-strat. Yeah, but I got to say, I don't think I created this one. but enough strategies in there. Just keep in mind the bottom one's not checked. So if you want this one also, make sure that check is checked. Now they're all active. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strategies in there. All right. That should do the trick. Well, the market is definitely snooze time right now. Just tightening up here, little whiskers, little wicks on the top, wicks on the bottom, but not a whole lot of action. But the moves here lately seem so exaggerated. You know, yesterday we had some good ebb and flow. The day before, funny thing is, when these big red candles are occurring or the big green candles are occurring, it looks really large at the time. And then you look over and you're like, yeah, this buys up, you know, 0.4% from the close. But it does give us a little volatility, but not as much as you would think. All right, questions panel is still open. And the options plays along with I was surprised to see how many were coming through on the Peppy version with the 10-day range in consideration here. And the only one to the downside was this little guy right here, SVRA. Was kind of looking at this one earlier. I'm like, hey, this stock's got Stevie Ray Vaughan's initials in it. But obviously they're not liking it a whole lot today, down 8%. Not looking too good. But getting down to this level of chop here, which it might put the brakes on, but if it goes sideways for a little bit longer, seller comes out of the woodwork. I mean, the relative volume is just off the chain here. Almost 52. Little stock using only trades. Well, not very much. But it's kicked out 18 million today, and the float is 136 million. Just trying to find my average volume. Let's see here. Let's just see what it kicks out usually on the 3-month. Did I push the wrong button? Okay. Yeah, it only usually trades 900, just shy of 1 million shares. And it's almost 19 times that today. So who knows? That seller might come back out a little bit later. And Phil, if you're still listening, thank you for that. All right, a little sleepy in here. We still got about 20 minutes till Barry comes back. So any charts, any symbols anybody would like me to take a peek at, just throw them in there. And apparently the Rivian options chain is off the hook today as well. Currently doing, still showing 5.5 times normal option volume. And if I had to contemplate, I would think that some people probably made some pretty good profits on options they were long before this gap up. Funny thing is, a buddy of mine whose son is a freshly minted college graduate, he's like, yeah, he's going to try to trade options. And we were all just kind of chuckling. And this was 2 days ago. He's like, well, he made his first options trade. I'm like, what do you do? He's like, he bought calls on Rivian. I'm like, okay. And like, that's interesting, because it's not like he's getting any inside information. Or was he? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is on his first options trade, he made 8 times what he was risking, and we were all just kind of chuckling again. That's kind of like the worst thing that could happen, is you hit a big one on your first trade when you're brand new. Seen it dozens of times, dozens and dozens of times, in my tenure in the trading world, going back many couple of decades, right? And Steve and Andy and everybody that's been around for a while, Dan, you know, we always said the worst thing that can happen to a new trader is he just kills it first couple of days or week because it instills a false sense of security, and then the wake up call comes, and then you go through that process. But anyway, I'd be happy to take a look at Getty. And Michael, to your question there, can I use the 0.25 and 0.75 to control time of day on any scanner? Well, those settings are pretty exclusive to the it makes me think of the earnings filter, but the time of day filter works in minutes. So you can just say after so many minutes, I don't want to see any more things from this alert, or, you know, uh, don't show me alerts before 30 minutes into the market. Okay, on to Getty. Okay, well, that appears, let me just double check here. Yeah, okay. So Getty looks like a Dawn of the Dead stock right now. I'm just trying to see if it's on that list right down here. It's not showing up yet, but this looks like a Dawn of the Dead um, pattern, right? So I do believe these are all-time lows, right? And let's just double check one more time. I'm just going to zoom. Yeah, okay. So here we are looking at the monthly candles, and Getty is currently hitting all-time lows. So now it's easy to mark off, hey, if it rallies, where might it stop? Well, look how the 10 period on the monthly is just like a freaking wet blanket, and it tried to get out of there once on the monthly candle, couldn't do it, wicked up right below it again. Now we're going to go weekly, and we can see the ebb and the flow above the 10 period, below the 10 period, above, below, above, below. But if you're long this one, it's a pretty precarious situation because where does it stop? Nobody knows, right? And we're currently popping all-time lows. Looking to the left, there's, you know, it's circling the drain, it's out in space, where it stops, nobody knows. So if you're short this one, you know, and in the money, then, I would just pay attention to the 10 period. If you're long this one, well, you know, you better be careful. Now, the reason it won't show up on the Dawn of the Dead is, we've got to put in the low and then it gets a little activity to the upside, starts to come to life. That's when we might see it pop up on Dawn of the Dead. But right now, you know, just don't know where that thing is when it's gonna stop going down. Just because there's no identifiable levels of support, what we also call in the hole, the opposite of hitting all-time highs. No problem, Michael. NipTop DAKT, one of the AI trades today. So here we are looking at the weekly on DAKT, but let's just zoom out first. Okay, so DAX definitely having a nice run since the beginning of 2000, or the very end of 2022, when it was residing at about 50, and now just recently popped up to the 13 level. Now put on the brakes right here on the monthly candle. We're in the current month, all right? Getting up to this level right here. Oops, always forget about our new lines. You know, kind of finding some supply right there. Let's go back to the weekly. And just recently breaching this level. You know, but we can see basically the same thing here on the weekly, just a little bit more detail. So it was a good sign that it got past this level, and this little level right here. Just got through that like melted butter. Put the brakes on here. Now, what's it going to do from here? Certainly could go up and reach this level if the buyer steps back in. Um, Now, if I had to predict what might happen, you know, whether it's on a weekly or daily candles, maybe a little sideways action here. See if this thing holds as support. Buyers come back in. We could be retesting this level relatively soon. Buyers are really serious and we get above that level. This level of apparent supply could in the future become resistance. I mean, uh, support. But it's got a little bit of work to do. But it's off to a good start and has been for quite some time. So if it can stay up in its new home, not close a daily below this level, then good chance we might go sideways before trying to attack those levels that we just saw in the weekly and the monthly. No worries. You're welcome. Federal Express. You know, CarMax. Wait, that's not the one. It's the one with Carvana. Carvana, that's what I'm thinking of. Everybody thought this one was on its way to the graveyard, and it sure did look like it, but still got some life in it. I mean, obviously it's way off its perch of 376, but I thought this was going to be one to like literally go to zero. Car vending machines and all that, but I guess their business model is somewhat viable because they have not given up on it yet. And what a nasty little man. That was a nasty recovery there. Well, also a good one, but notice what the 10 period is ruling the roost here on the weekly. So things aren't looking too bad for Carvana. I guess the car vending machines panned out in the end. All right, any more symbols that anybody'd like me to take a gander at? The SPY's perking up on volume a little bit, but Looks like the 10 period and the VWAP trying to act as the trampoline slash backstop. And then we've also got the 130 going, you know what? I'm going to get in here with you guys. We'll have a little party. So between the VWAP, the 10, and the 130, I think we're going to be kind of stuck at this little level for a while. All righty. 10 minutes till the top of the hour. Let's see. I guess the AI just closed out. Yep. Closed out the Rivian. Check in on some of the mining stocks real quick here. How about some banks? We're not liking them too much today. And Grind is sure going wild with his options activity today. Huh. Didn't really notice this earlier, but yeah. Nice little play off that base it developed there. And this stock could get very interesting because this is all the history for the weekly. And notice breaking this little range right here, and we've only got 2 weekly candles back here to contend with. Very interesting. Now, I do believe that is real, that wick. Opened at 17, and the high it did. It wrapped at 71 bucks, and then just careened back down. Let's see, how many days was that? I guess can't go back that far. All right, how many weeks was that? 1 week, 2 weeks. So the week it opened, it wrapped 71, and 2 weeks later, it was down at approximately $8 and change. Amazing. Amazing. But it's really interesting what's happening here because we're going to be into the we're into these candles now. So as much as I hate to do it, I might have to watch GRND for the rest of the week for upside action because you don't really see many patterns like that.
Come on, say it. It's Grinder. You seem to be reluctant to say it.
Barry.
You said it for the third time. I realized you don't want to say Grinder, do you?
Well, it's funny. Did you ever watch the series Silicon Valley?
Yes. Fabulous.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
He was like a floor or whatever the seed investor was for Grinder, the one character. Ehrlich.
Yeah.
Ehrlich was his
Ehrlich.
name? Yeah.
Ehrlichman or Ehrlich. Yeah. Fabulous character.
Oh, that whole series was great. Of course, it's Mike Judge coming from the mind of Mike Judge. And
yes.
He only does excellent work,
I agree. Mm-hmm. Speaking of excellent work, not you, but Philip. Philip, was he actually in the room?
I was like, look at that, it's Phil Smolin.
Or was that really Philip, or is that somebody just?
No, it was him.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I was pleasantly surprised.
I think that's the first time. Well, I've been doing this since 2013. I think it's the first time he's ever showed up in any of the rooms.
I cannot disagree with that statement. Mm-hmm. You know what they say about Phil? He pops up in mysterious places.
I did not know they say that about Phil.
I just made it up. They don't say that about him. Yeah.
Speaking of, you used a word. I mean, we're getting way off topic here, but why not? We'll have a little fun in the last minute. You used the word gander, take a gander. How
Uh-huh.
did gander get hijacked? I mean, it's a duck. I wonder how gander got hijacked in to take a look.
I don't know. It's a term. It's a Southern term because I remember that from child. I remember learning that term in child when I was a child. Yeah,
Hmm.
take a
Were
gander.
you were you ever a child,
Well, that's a good question, Barry.
or are
Me-
you still a child?
mentally, well, it's like a Benjamin, the curious case of Benjamin Button.
Oh
I'm
yes,
going in reverse. All right.
yes.
I had the intellect of a old man when I was a child, and
Hmm.
before I die, I'll have the intellect of a baby.
Well, I hope I'm around to see that.
No, hopefully, Barry. I just want to maintain an even keel.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. Well, listen, I'm you can head off now if you want. You got 4 minutes left, but I'll let you go.
Hey, if we could, you know, what else is there to talk about?
Well, I could keep doing this all day. I mean, talking stocks is one thing, but talking nonsense is a lot more fun.
Well, absolutely, and the market seems just like it's taking a big nap right now. I mean, there's not a whole lot going on.
And here we go. I mean, Pepe, of course,
Aha, let's
chimes in with the
see.
reason why the slang term of or the slang. See,
Craning
gander
one's neck
Newfoundland.
like a goose. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly. Okay. Oh, and there's Philip.
Yeah.
Hello, Philip. My goodness, there he is. Even a mugshot of Philip.
And Philip's even going to get the show me icon added to the 15-minute, 10-minute RSI.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. Because he asked to see a show me button. I'm like, I'll show you a show me button.
Except we ain't got it.
And it'd be nice if we could get this added. And I
Yeah.
think he's going to get it done. So,
Okay.
yay. See, there was a reason Phil popped in today. He didn't know why he should pop in. He was just
He
being
just knew
called
that there'd be
in.
a
Yeah.
reason, and then
Hmm.
he could do his magic in creating that. What is it again? It's not a history. Oh, the show me.
The
I, you
show
know, it's
me.
it, it's one of the things that I should don't listen, Phil, but I rarely use the show me or the histogram, and I suppose maybe for my style of trading, I don't need it, but it is there, and it's a nice pictorial display.
Yes, and it was a bit entertaining while we figured out those past 5-day earnings.
Right.
Because it ended up being zero, I believe. No, -6 min, zero max.
Right.
But this is one of the weirdest in words. Like, this has always baffled me here, the way it articulates the English. But as we were saying, as long as we get the values in the column that we want, mission accomplished.
Yeah. You said -6 in the min, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. So I think Pepe was actually wrong because I
Well, we
think he
both thought
said,
0 and -6 at first, and they're like, no, those
yeah,
numbers are
no,
too big. But anyway, hey, as long as we figured it out.
as long as we figure, but I was just leaving when Pepe said -6 in the max. I said, I don't think so because I mean I use -0.25 in the min to show
Yeah,
me after hours yesterday.
right,
And so
right.
it only made sense to me that you'd be using -5 or something like that in the min to go back 5 days. But anyway, as long as it all worked out.
Indeed, indeed. And I just remembered I do have a meeting to hop to soon, so I better boogie for now.
Okay. Thanks,
Um,
Jamie, as
yep,
always.
and we'll see you guys later. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye. All right, guys, taking over. Oh, I know there had to be a reason, Pepe. But when you said it, I thought I don't know if that's right. But who am I to contradict you? Okay, guys, back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of the message. All right. So now only one thing to do: get some music going. So here we go. All right. So in a very active scanner that I've got, the momentum scanner, the last alert I've had is at 12:47. It is now 12:59. So things have slowed down a little bit here, certainly in the active scanners. Let's take a look at some of these races and see if there's anything interesting on the setup. I know the NXL, like the NXL has been all over the place. Well, actually, I guess I can't say that. It was up, and now, when I say all over the place, usually I mean up, down, up, down, up, down, but it was up, but now it's steadily down. And unfortunately, no shorts for me available at Interactive Brokers. So cannot take advantage of that. Just like there were no shorts available for me for the Optex, OPTX at Interactive Brokers. Just wondering who had shorts. I think you said, William, you had no shorts at Fidelity or E-Trade. So probably only this, what I'll call the specialty brokerages like Centerpoint, Cobra, Trade Zero, who, they specialize in having shorts available of the more obscure ones, of which OPTX was one. And the reason I mentioned it, it was an AI alert, but I couldn't do it. All right, guys. Well, the RGS is still up there, but it has been a real challenge, I think. Don't think it won any races either. RGS, let's take a look at RGS. It's been a bit of a challenge, especially with the spread. Yeah, I mean, 1981, 2028, so it's been a bit of a challenge. A part of me says, okay, put an alert at 2080 and see if it takes it out later on. That could get it going later on. The NVX, I almost took this one. I was looking at this and I thought, oh, that's nice. Little move up here. And I thought it hung there for about 30 minutes, about 30 minutes. And I took a little jog up. I thought, okay, maybe now, but look at that. Rug got completely pulled right on that candle. Or that line. I guess we'll call it a line now. I'm actually really liking the presentation of this instead of candlesticks. Nutanix on watch, NTNX. Okay, let's take a look at NTNX, the stock of the decade. You know what? It really did. It turned out to be. This was, we're kid, what Goldman Sachs came out probably, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, call this potentially the stock of the decade. And I think it was sitting around the $15 to $20 mark, right up to 73. You would have had to wait a while, but it did get up there. All right, I'm keeping an eye on KISS here. KSS as a potential short, guys. KSS is a potential short. This is this was an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, May 30th was an earnings play back here. Okay, got hammered down, been kind of jogging around a bit. Tried to get through that 200-day moving average yesterday, could not do it. Okay, you see that blue line? All right, that blue line on my chart, my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Tried yesterday, got up above, well, in fact, the last 2 days, tried to get above it, could not do it. So that looks like that 200 is continuing to reject it. And the next low looking left on the daily chart is 2269. So it does have some room to slide if it wants to. And maybe the market, I'm not saying it's helping, not hurting though. All right. This has, actually, this has got some room, guys. This VSME has got some room. I mean, there's next high looking left is 230. So from 2 to 230, that would be first awesome. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it does have some room. Volume is not, it's not great. 200,000. It is 2.5 times normal, but probably that's keeping me out. I wish the volume were a little bit more. Well, the bloom is certainly off NNE today, guys. This is the first red candle, a really big red candle we've had in, well, since the 14th. We had a little red candle there, but nothing major. It was on the 14th it really started to take off. The low was 722, and yesterday it got all the way up to $38. So the bloom is sort of wearing off a bit now on the NNE. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I doubt very much. Somebody was short this early on in the day, but I doubt very much they're still short. You had that big pull up here, so I doubt very much they're still short. Yeah, it's just a matter of who has shorts for it. All right, IO. Okay, actually coming right into the 200-day moving average. That unfortunately prevents me. Otherwise, look at this. I mean, this ION has some room, but that 200-day moving average is right there. Not that far away. And that's the IoT. All right, let's see if we can cheer NXL on for Poe. Okay, NXL, what are you doing? Okay, well, you are trying. You're trying to play this bounce, obviously. I don't know where you got it. $262. Okay, well, you've got a shot, I suppose. 285, the high of that candle, 15-minute candle. All right, KSS, Coles on the way down here, guys. Heard Jamie talking about GRND. He didn't want to say grinder. He was talking about GRND, grinder, in our YouTube room. Yeah, coming off the bottom here. Really have to, but I know he looked at a monthly chart. And yeah, I mean, I guess this was an IPO back here this month. Got up to $71. Closed that month right down here, 750, and has really, honestly, done nothing since 2022. So say a year and a half, it has really done nothing. Trying to come up, maybe having a bit, well, it's having a bit of a run, obviously, but all right. William says he'll keep the room open until 4-ish today, the main room. I'll usually take off at around 2:30 to quarter to 3. Again, always stay later if there are questions. Trying to see if there's any news on this grinder. I don't see anything. All right, guys. Wow, ECX. I don't think I've seen this one. It had a nice run, 99. Wow, 99 cents not that long ago. Say $1 back. When was this? On the 14th, 13th? What are we now? The 26th. So 13, not 13 trading days, but look at this. Look at this thing go here, guys. ECX. What do they do? Another UK stock. A lot of volume just came in. I mean, there's only 344,000 shares that traded, but in this volume bar right there, 170. So about half of the volume right here, and it still has 4 minutes to close, or 3 minutes and 15 seconds to close. So big volume coming into this ECX for whatever reason. Probably a low float. It is not a low float. 106 million in the float. So it's not a low float. Is that right? That's a massive move. I want to do a check with that other site to see what they've got for a float. So they've got 74 million. We've got 106 million. So even at 74 million, that is a big move. 27% move. That is a big move. I'm surprised this was not halted. And interesting. Lots of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers for this little guy. Not that I want to do it now, but yeah, almost 3 million shares available at Interactive Brokers to short ECX, which makes a little bit of sense with that float. You want to go first? You want to go long first? Okay. Go for it, Yaz. There you go, Boston Red Sox fan. That's right. I do recall reading that regarding Grinder. Increasing their revenue outlook, etc. Okay, guys, 114. One last look at my homepage and all the information you can find on it. Oh, there's the RGS. What's the spread like now? I mean, it's not $1 anymore, at least. It's 63.85. All right, on my homepage, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to find. So there's a way in which you want to take out a subscription. If you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And as always, please use whatever code you find on my homepage. This will change from time to time, of course. Whatever code you find on my homepage, because that will help to keep this room free. The room gets credit for the subscription, helping to keep the room free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 short videos covering all the important aspects of trade ideas. Obviously, the first one, how to download and install it, your first startup and login, etc., all the way down to introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, 10 short videos. This is a software program, so of course there's a bit of a learning curve, but what we try to do here is cover all the important aspects in very short videos to get you going, okay? Next is Trading 101. If you're new to trading, a series of videos, all free, designed for you if you're new to trading, okay? About 38 of them. I really encourage you to take a look at those videos if you are new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Our guide is there. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section right there. Here are my scans that I am currently sharing. So here are the ones that here is what you can see, okay? Here are the 3 races right here. Halts, resumes over here. You can construct your own charts, of course, the time frames that you like. This is a single stock window. If you do click on the single stock window, this is what you're going to see. Easy enough if you do want to see the profile all the time and the news all the time, how to, get it out of here and how you can actually see it. But I am sharing some other scans. There's the relative strength leaders, the 10-day daily breakout and down. I haven't really concentrated on those today at all. I'll probably bring back my gap continuation or reversal scan, especially when we get into earnings season. That's when we see a lot of stocks that will gap up or down. And then, of course, they may keep going in that direction or they can reverse. And the reason why we see a lot of stocks during earnings season is because, well, that's when if a stock releases earnings, typically that's the day that they're very active. We're just not in earnings season right now, but in about 3 weeks from now, we will start to see a lot of earnings plays. Some of the weeks we'll see like 1,000 stocks releasing earnings. So that's when it gets very exciting, in my opinion anyway, the gap continuation or reversal scanner. You can look at it now, but I probably won't load it until we get into earnings season. So again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, okay? So if you're out there sitting there with some questions and you're feeling, for whatever reason, you're thinking that you're going to be interrupting me or something, please don't feel that way. You can ask me questions all day long. If I happen to be doing something, I'll certainly let you know that in other words, if I can't answer the question immediately, but usually that's not the case. So don't be shy, ask questions, about the program itself. Maybe you have some market questions. If I can't answer questions, we'll try to direct you to somebody who can. It's an accounting question. I can't answer any of those, but again, I can give you a link. All right, KISS, KSS. So I will tell you what I'm doing on my other monitors, guys. I mean, I can't display it now. I'm by threat of Michael Nossel do something really bad to me if I do. But I am looking at this go no go, and we're hoping that it's going to be available next week. No guarantees. If you're in the YouTube room yesterday, you saw a bit of a display of it, what it's all about. And I've got a go no go chart on one of my other monitors, and that is kind of where I saw the kiss. And it's interesting for me. It's really really interesting. But again, it'll be a channel. It will be an add-on. Okay, and the reason it has to be an add-on, it is not our program, so it's a third party. Not unlike the anchored VWAP from Brian Shannon. It's the same type of thing. I have a feeling that for me, it's going to be very interesting. That's the reason also why I'm going to this, well, whatever you call it, a stick chart here on the 15-minute instead of a candlestick chart. I mean, to me, it's virtually the same, but kind of like the way it looks. It looks less cluttered than a candlestick chart. All right. Let's see. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing too much really. All right. So here's the ECX. So we had a now. Are you out of it now? Who wanted to? Yaz, did you go long? I never want to go against anybody in the room. So and when you say buck, I know you don't mean a dollar because I know it didn't move a dollar for you. But hey, good. Okay. Well, let's see. Let me put an alert at 2. I mean, I may not short it at 2. In fact, it may bounce. Well, actually, the VWAP is at 209. So let's see. Maybe it'll even hold the VWAP 209. And it did get up to 232. So looks like the next high in a weekly chart is 245. Obviously, has to get through today's high, but all right. Somebody mentioned TBLT just a little while ago. TBLT. This was, of course, a crazy one last week. Sold off though. 526 closed at 379. So it's above that high of last week now. Now, why did that happen? All right, for a late dayer, guys, we may have to look at the WENA again. WENA. Okay. Gets over 4 again. It's been very, look, it's been choppy. No question it's been choppy. But if it gets over 4 again, this could have a late day run. And then we're talking about the WENA. And there was the original AI alert at 409. I'm going to stick an alert around 415 to see if we can really clear 4 again on some volume. Need some volume to come in. Now, CRNX, William, that is the one from yesterday that was looking really strange because our provider. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. No, it was another one. I'm sorry. Didn't account for the one for 150 reverse split, but it wasn't this one, obviously. Another one that started with a C. Just can't remember what it was now. Okay, so this is a vaccine stock. Okay, so I know you've been talking about Moderna, mRNA. Yikes! No kidding. Wow. Jeffrey's stepping in and trying to promote the stock. Okay. No, it wasn't Sear. It was CRKN draw. Yeah. Let me just get C. It was it was CR. It was CRKN yesterday. See if we've got it adjusted for the float now. Yeah, it's adjusted now. It was a 1 for 150 reverse split. Anyway, so here's Jeffries trying like mad to prop this stock up, Moderna, with putting a price target of 180. Probably have a lot of well, I shouldn't say that, but some might say they've got a lot of clients who are trapped in this. Possible. Now, was there a singular reason for this? Well, I see this. I mean, I don't know if this has got anything to do with it, but I mean, I see this reports a 15% decrease in patient enrollment in phase 3 ulcer colitis trial. I don't know if that's the specific reason. Though the descent started earlier. No, I see what you're talking about now. All right, so that's Pfizer, Moderna, and so all the vacciners, yeah. So keep an eye on WENA, guys. WENA, keep an eye on it. Maybe if it gets up to 415, it might have that late day run. Is that what we're at 130 right now? This has a sort of look as Kiss did, guys. Wow, look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. I'm talking about the sweet green. And that the next low looking left on the weekly chart is way down here at 22.33. It's almost $6 away, guys. And that is sweet green, SG. I really want to look at this one. If it takes out 28, it may not do it. What's the volume like? Volume is decent. Relative volume, it's still not trading anything abnormally, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this is let's stick an alert around 28.09. I want to see if it gets down there anyway. It's been on a steady descent from here, from the 13th. It was a $35 stock, 28 now. So Micron has earnings after the bell. Let's take a look at Micron and see what sort of bets are being placed ahead of time. Well, you can see, but of course the semis were doing, all the semis were doing this. So I don't think that's a specific to Micron. But right now, it's a little bit of an uptrend. I never, ever, ever take a stock through earnings. I'll like, in other words, I won't take this one before earnings, and because I think something's going to happen regarding earnings, I never do that. And that doesn't mean if anybody out there thinking, well, I do it all the time and it works pretty well for me, keep doing it then. Yeah, well, it could, Jay. My focus really is on the WENA. WENA. Just in case it takes out that 4 level. The trend is up. Okay, the trend is up. Higher lows. This has about 5.5 million in the float. We don't have float information on it, but we did check another site. I know it's not exactly 5.5, but close enough. About 5.5 million in the float. It's still at the VWAP, 392. So it's still at the VWAP. You mean you wish it didn't pull way down here? Well, I guess, but there's some thought that now it's through the VWAP. Will it hold? Well, it is a tiny float. I mean, 5.5 million is still, very low. And again, this is its third day trading as WENA. But guys, I mean, things have really slowed down for me. Again, this is the very active scanner, this momentum scanner, very active. Last alert was at 12:47. We're at 1:34 now, Eastern time. So that is, I mean, not quite an hour. I mean, it's not often does that happen. It's got nothing to do with the market. I mean, I didn't even realize it. So the SPY is down a little, Dow's up a little, NAS is up a little. I guess that bond, anything happened at 1 o'clock? So the market popped just a little bit, I guess, on that bond auction, just a little bit. Same thing, guys. I had no shorts available for ICU at Interactive Brokers. So we've had, I mean, look at these, some really good percentage moves. Obviously, if you had shorts available for OPTX, it has moved 38%. The Rivian was, lots of people had shorts on that one, 9%. ICU, if you had shorts, 8%. And this one, the DAKT was awesome. I mean, it has pulled back a lot, but remember, this was up to 14. I mean, it's only up 3.7% now, but that was up to $14. So that percentage move was a lot more earlier. So AI had another nice day. Even the WINA, guys, I mean, the WINA gave you an opportunity, even though it got stopped out, but it gave you an opportunity, which I took. Right here, when it got over 4 again, right around here, no, I'm sorry, that's 8:45. Right here, I'm sorry. Yeah, 10:45-ish, when it got over 4 again, and it got all the way up to 460, and it fell. I mean, it fell right almost immediately, but certainly gave us an opportunity to make maybe 30, 40 cents quickly. No, well, they don't all work, obviously, but yeah, I mean, the AIEV. Yeah, almost at the very top was the alert, but I never would have taken in my opinion, if you see a pattern like this, I don't care if you get it from our AI or some scan that you've got or one I've got, I would never take the trade when you see a giant candle like this. I would have to wait on this because I'm not going to chase something that has a giant candle like that. Good for you, FB3. Give me a moment, William. I'll see if I can dig one up, a scan that they all work. Now, are you making me look at something that's under $1? SERA? No. Another one that's, and again, it's probably not, well, it could be showing up here. Volume is okay, 269,000. The reason it's not, has to be up at least 2%, I think. Yeah, it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. The reason I did that is because, and you don't have to. I mean, I'm running a race based on that. If you want to take that out, if you're running a race, you don't, and you have this one, and you don't care whether a stock is up for the day or down for the day. You just want to see if it's moving higher. Like higher, again, it could be down, like this one. This was now it's up 8 cents, but down here it wasn't, of course. It was down for the day. Then all you have to do is take that filter out. You don't care. I just wanted to see strong stock, or like positive stocks here, but you don't have to do the same. This could get going also, guys, as CMAX. I have an alert set for around 340. I want to see if it takes out 340. Another one that's very low float, 3 million in the float. This could be maybe the one that has a move into the close. You know, just because I want, or I'm thinking WENA may do it, it may not. But that's why you just put a price alert and, you know, wait for it to happen if it happens. All right, KISS, you know, KISS is giving me, you know, penny by penny, not a bad little trade, KSS on the short. Interesting that one, oh, here it is, NXL. So it did win a bunch of races early. Oh, boy, it's been need nerves about that. Need nerves for this one. So obviously Novavax is getting the same thing that's happening with Pfizer, Moderna. Okay, so we did see Savara in the pre-market, and this is exactly what we're seeing a lot of this now. I mean, but this is phase 3. Yeah, this is phase 3. We saw SVRA in the pre-market. I mean, this was a big move in the pre-market. Then it pulled back, and this is 615. Really? I need better shading on this or something. Well, there it is. Okay, so yeah, so this is the pre-market. So it got up to 625, and then it's just since then it has just been crashing down. It's actually gone negative. We saw one like this a couple of days ago, but it was on phase 2. This is phase 3. However, Oppenheimer trying to step in and prop it up, raise his price target to 15. And that is from 11. Okay. So I don't know. Is this like a horrible overreaction? I don't know if you did any analysis on this one, William. SVRA. No, listen, guys, I may be wrong about the WENA, WENA, approaching 4 again. Okay, DTR. What kind of vaccine does DTR have? So obviously, if that's not a symbol, I misunderstood what you meant. Oh, DLTR. Yeah, no kidding. Maybe you can get shots. You're talking Dollar Tree, which obviously is not a vaccine play, but it looks like the vaccine plays, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, Christina, you've heard me say it, hundreds of times. I just use it like a watch list. I mean, for me, the Dakota was excellent. That Daktronics was excellent for me early. Rivian now, to be honest, I mean, I shorted Rivian in the pre-market and I got out in the pre-market. I wish I had just continued though. You got to change where's dip buyer anyway? Because you are the dip buyer, Poe. So let's take a look at GRDI. So Poe is buying this, dipping 211, probably putting your stopper about 205. Opportunity maybe to get up to 230. I'm just going to keep on my KSS short, guys. I want to see. It's just it's been pretty gentle. Still has room here, 222.69. I just don't think it's going to get through the whole number, but don't we all? Well, it's funny, Christine. I mean, I know you've been playing these halts resumes pretty well. Not too many today. Not like in the past few days where this has just been full. Okay, CMAX. Again, it has a chance, I suppose. I've got this price alert in the 335 area. Well, let's see now. Let's see if this is still a viable trade here. CRNX. Actually, not a lot of shares, but 300,000 available. Interactive brokers to short. Wow, it's got some room. 37.29 is the low, approximately. For CRNK, looking left on the weekly chart. Actually, I'm wrong. 4105, 4105. And that's kind of where it got to. So you can see that maybe that little that area right there, 4105 is the low on that weekly candle. That's where it got to, and then it bounced. Yeah, Poe. So thanks for posting that, Daniel. Oh, here it is. Offering up 7 million shares at 226 a share. Poe, attention, Poe. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to get there right now, but thank you for posting that, Daniel. And that was from Interactive Brokers also. Okay, so one of these guys doing a financing well, not midday, but during the day. Hasn't affected it yet, though. Usually you'll see an immediate effect. Well, it will be strange if it does. It really will be if it does. I mean that news hit at 140 in Interactive Brokers. I have no idea if it was somewhere else earlier, but that was at 140 Eastern time, and it didn't really affect it. It's strange. I mean, we've seen this many, many, many times where a stock, one of these, especially these cheap stocks, and they announce a financing mid-market, and it just craters it. You just see giant red candle after red candle getting down to the price. But so if it does bounce, you can sue Daniel, not me. Okay? No, it's we're talking NXL. Oh, we're talking NXL right here. This is the NXL. You got to listen, man. Okay, DMAC now. DMAC just made a new high here, guys. DMAC made a high. And the high 302, the next high is 314. If I can take out 314, 320. Excuse me. It's not a crazy low float, 36 million in the float. All right, guys, I'm out of the KISS, KSS. I'm out of the KISS around the 2330 mark. That was a short. Yeah, DMAC, guys, DMAC, yeah. So if it can, I mean, it's at that high right now at 314, takes that out. It has 320, takes that out. Look at the weekly chart here. And 320 is that same high. 323. So the fantasy area would be way up here around 370. Okay, there's the 200-day moving average around 360. So all right. Now, it's possible there was a topping tail that you're not seeing. We were asked to get rid of them. So anyway, let's take a look at ICU. So what are you saying now? ICU pre-market was 663. The pre-market high was 663. Okay, let me see. That's the 930 candle. Okay. So we have here about, well, I'm trying to eyeball it. Why can't I? So I have a high, okay, 665. Okay, so now what is your question? And the first 15 minutes of the day. So, okay, I don't understand what your question is. Yeah, we're seeing there's the pre-market high around 660, whatever you said it was. $663. Okay, there's your pre-market high. Okay, 663. Okay, well, whatever that number is, that's close enough. And then, so then the opening candle just shot up. So what is the question exactly? I have here the high was at 839. What? Now you're talking not Eastern time, right? You must be talking what, Central time? All right, guys. You know, I hate to do this to you guys, but this little go no go that I'm looking at on my other monitor, it's the one that gave me DMAC. The 15-minute was supposed to appear before the pre-market high. Sorry, I still don't understand your question. The 15-minute was supposed to appear before the pre-market high. So are you saying that you think that there was a pre-market high of, I don't know, higher than this? Higher than that 663? Is that what you're saying? You can blame yourself, Paul, for not paying attention. That's who you can blame. And not listening to what we were talking about. I even displayed the well, I'm honestly trying to figure out what you meant, what you mean, cafe au lait. I'm really trying to figure out what you mean. Maybe somebody else, if It is, well, you were confusing me, but maybe that's because I'm really not understanding. Yeah, I don't understand what you mean. Well, I'm glad we can laugh about it. I would really love to know what you mean, though. I don't think you're wondering, well, how can that happen? You know, how can the pre-market high be 663, whatever that number is? I mean, I'm trying to eyeball it. And how can that happen? I mean, we all know that that can happen, but that must not be what you're talking about. Shoot, I should still be in the KSS. When was my first 15 minutes of the day? You mean at 9:30? All my charts are Eastern time. Okay. I keep everything Eastern time. My computer's on Eastern time. My charts are Eastern time. So there it is, 9:30. So that it's right here. There that opening 15-minute candle, that's the 9:30 candle. All the way up. You got as high as about 840 or so. Okay, guys, doesn't look like WENA is going to do it. Looks like it's giving it up now. So I'm going to forget about it. It weenied out. Yes, it did. Wow, Kiss is just again. I covered my short, but well, as you know, we do not have an alert for something taking out the pre-market high. Okay, there's no alert. What was your trigger? What were you using as a trigger? Um, like what were you actually using as an alert? You have to have an alert window, right? So what were you using as your alert? I do wish we did have an alert for a stock breaking the pre-market high, like an actual alert. We can kind of fudge it a bit by creating a top list that shows stocks really near the pre-market high, which sometimes can be just as good because it can kind of give you an idea to set it up. But we do not have an alert that breaks the pre-market high. All right. Let's see what your No, because that's history. Okay. So you don't have an alert. You're just using the heartbeat. So I'm not even sure what you're going to see using the heartbeat. Why are you using a heartbeat? Oh, you have other alerts. Okay. So new high, pre-market high, cross. Okay, you've got 50. So still don't know what the situation is. Oh, I got rid of the history. I'll load it again. Okay, so this is what you wanted me to do. So here's 928 here. So these are so I didn't even know that. So the 15-minute new high works in the pre-market. Okay, this does work in the pre-market. So this is making a new high, okay. Remember, it doesn't count the pre-market. So remember now, these are market highs, okay? These are market hour highs that you're seeing here. I don't know, maybe that's the confusion. You're thinking that, well, that's 657 and the pre-market high was 666 or whatever. Why am I seeing it? Is that what you mean? Because all of these are market hours from between 9:30 and 4. So it did make during market hours, it made a new high here, here, all the way up. Unless I'm just not understanding then what the situation is. Okay, 833. Okay, so with 933, fine. So it must be counting the pre-market. Is that what you mean? A new 15-minute high? It must be going back, so that's at 933 because I'm noticing that it works in the pre-market. You have a lot of alerts here, I don't use, excuse me, I don't use as many alerts. I just have one alert. But is that your question? Like, why do you get a new 15-minute high at 933? Is that really the question? Because I guess it does count the pre-market. I don't know what you mean by that. The pre-market was supposed to be at 100%. Just think of it this way. I mean, I'm assuming this is what, because the fact that it had a new high, new 15-minute high in the pre-market at 928. So here, I guess if you go back 15 minutes from 933, this is a new 15-minute high. Yeah, 672. Sure, 672. So if I go back 15 minutes, I guess that will be a 15-minute high. Like 672. Pepe? So is what you're thinking is that it should only be from, it should only take the pre-market or something and 15 minutes from there? Showing a 15-minute high from the pre-market high? That's all I can think that what you're saying. No, because it's just going back 15 minutes. It's just going back 15 minutes. So 9:30, I'm assuming. I've never used this, okay? But the fact that you have a 15-minute high in the pre-market, so it's going back 928. So it's going back to 913, I guess, and that's a 15-minute high. Go back 15 minutes. This is a 15-minute high. It's not looking at the high of the pre-market and then saying, what is a 15-minute high from there? No. Okay. But you've got all sorts of other alerts here. Shouldn't matter. You've got all sorts of other alerts right there on the new high of the day. So you're going to get alerted. This is sort of the oddball right there if you're questioning it, but I would get rid of the heartbeat though too. I mean, it's rarely used. Okay, guys. Well, I'm getting set to take off. All right, let's take a look at your. So breaking out on volume. So there's your ORMP, and I can see looks like it's a 15-minute high. You want to make sure you see the 15-minute high before the price hits the pre-market high. I don't know if you can do that. Because the pre-market high is not a data point that we can refer to, okay, and like a specific data point. As I said before, it'd be nice if we had yeah, well, we always said that. There's no, you cannot have an alert that says, show me when the stock breaks the pre-market high. Can't do it. You can come close by creating a top list. I'm sure you've asked this question before, and you say you can create a top list that shows you stocks that are right near the pre-market high. And then you can make up your mind on whether or not you can put a price alert when it does break it, things like that. But we do not have an alert on a break of the pre-market high. But if you use a filter, so here's pre-market position in the pre-market range as an example, okay? So you add that filter. So if you put, for instance, and this will be, trial and error, you put 90 and 90 or 95 and say 99. Oops. So you will see stocks, and if you sort on that column, you will see stocks that are very close to the pre-market high, but not quite breaking it. Just like Shady is saying, okay? You want to see stocks between 1 and 5% of the pre-market high in that range. And then you can sort on the column in a top list, and you'll see the stocks that are really, really close to the pre-market high, but have not quite broken it. And so when you see it, then you can click on the alert. Let's pretend DMAC was 1. And then you can say, okay, I'll put a price alert just above the pre-market high. And so that if it does take out the pre-market high, I'll know about it. They're not all going to look interesting just because, they're near the pre-market high. Well, are you trying to, I don't know, auto trade this or something? You could still, if you could tell your broker, for various stocks to put a conditional buy order just above the pre-market high when the stocks are close, I suppose. I don't do that, but you could do it. For fun, let me create a top list. All right, let's put a price range of 1 to 100. Let's see, volume today, let's put 300K. Oops, that doesn't matter, 330K. So now I'll just start with that, okay? I will just start with that. And then the only thing I want to do is make sure I have the column so I can sort on that column. Okay, so these are stocks that are very close, very, very, very close to the pre-market high. I'll sort on that column, okay? And if you want to see the actual percent, so there you go, 98.4%. Okay, so very, very close down to the 95. And you can see that that one obviously went down below 95. Now, this is just a very quick top list. You could put whatever price range you want. Okay, you say change from the close above 10%. So that will have to be a stock that probably, I mean, you can do it. I don't know how many you're going to get like that, but you know, you can start with something like this, and this is just going to show you. So you look at this EOSE, and you can see the pre-market high was right about here, 130, 130. Well, here's a better one, maybe a little more expensive, CMC. I mean, I'm trying to eyeball this, but let me do the EOSE again. This is tan area. It looks like the pre-market high was about 137, so it's almost right there. Maybe there was a pre-market high even higher. Okay, but that's going to tell you stocks that are really close. Now you can say, okay, if you like the way EOSE looked as an example, you could in your brokerage platform say, okay, take a limit order at 139. Okay, that will be a break above the. I'm not saying you should do that, but I mean, if it looks good to you, or you put a price alert. You put a price alert above the pre-market high because now you know where the pre-market high is. Okay, instead of having to look at thousands of stocks and trying to put price alerts above the pre-market high, you just put a price alert a little bit above the pre-market high, and then when it happens, it'll pop on your screen. Or if you're convinced that if it this one, I'm just using this as an example. Okay, if you're convinced that a break of the pre-market high would be good to do, then okay. Anyway, I'll give you this. You can play around with it if you want. With a price range, a minimum volume, other things. Okay, there you go. I should actually just in case it comes up again. Boy, what an awesome short that OPTX would have been. Whew. I mean, look how almost straight down it is from that 844, almost straight down, just a couple of green candles along the way. Well, you could have been in this trade very comfortably most of the day now on the short. Maybe taking a little bit of profit on those little pops, on the green candles there. But other than that, I mean, just didn't have shorts. All right, guys. So I am taking off. Anywhere between 2:30 and 2:45. I'll stick around after 2:30 if there are some questions. Otherwise, I'll take off around 2:30. And William says he'll keep the main room open until 4-ish. And before I do take off, I will put the main trading room link into our YouTube room, which I do have to shut down. Oh, Abby, Omniab. Omniab. This is moving, guys. Not a low float, 95 million. Don't see any, looking to see if there's any headline popping in here. Don't see it. Yeah, you're right. DJT is moving. You're right. There's a nice move from right around here. Yeah. Well, next high looking left on the daily chart is 4166. Is that right? Yeah, 4166. Meds, guys. Remember Meds? Meds was a crazy one for a while back, got up to $40. So trying to make a move here. Not a lot of volume, 275,000 shares. Maybe, though, today is the start of when it's going to start to go again. Remember, I had some big volume days back here, or volume weeks. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so I don't see any questions right now, so I think I'll take off now. Thanks a lot again for all the help. I'll stick around for one more minute in case somebody does want to ask a question, but otherwise I don't have to go. Okay, I just want to make sure I don't have to go, but I just don't want to stick around. In fact, I want to play. I want to play around with this go no go, which I cannot do in front of you, so I have to do it sneakily on the side before it's actually officially released. So, wow, look at the CMAX. That one probably was more the one than the Weena. Okay, guys, no questions. Okay, thanks again for all the help. I'll be in on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing. And I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. And now I'll shut down our YouTube room.